Thick outside edge for Potts. And he might get a second. Yeah, that will run away for 4. A little bit short of boundary down here, down to third man.
Oh, there it is. There is the first wicket. They won't be very frustrated with that. That's an absolute beauty. Peter Siddle loses a couple of stumps. That's a lovely drive. That's a good example. Jake Libby will chase it, and it's going to run away from him. Teases him for a little bit, Libby. The only way he was going to stop that was cut it off at source. Not able to. Coming into his work.
Just to play the one. Potts whips this one gloriously through wide mid-on. And we'll pick up a boundary. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain in the air again now. Just have replace them well. Oh, that's a beauty. And that is the strength of Smith. He's got the ball to come back in on a number of occasions, and he's disturbed middle and knocked leg out of the ground. Just trying to get the best of all world. And Bellingham beautifully stands up and punches off the back foot. Much to the pleasure of Will Gidman here with us in the commentary box. Glorious shot to end the over at the moment in county championship cricket, and he has.
Well, he did nick one, but it's gone wide of third slip. And bring him another boundary.
He has another 4 to his total.
Or anything like that.
I was never asked to run for anybody, kiddo, for any particular reason. I'm not sure why. What a glorious shot from Bellingham. Slightly over pitched and driven down the ground for 4.
Team T20.
Yeah, certainly with T20s you do. Yeah.
This is short, and this is hooked in the air, and I think Bellingham will go. And it is. And I was just wondering there that Robinson hooks this one away, and it's a top edge that goes pretty much over the keeper's head. 1 bounce for 4. Nearly carried all the way for 6. And Ollie Robinson hooks that one. It's right down Fine Leg's throat. And that's hooked away, and it's 6. Goes all the way straight over the fielder at Fine Leg. The ball well and got that ball to swing, and that's driven beautifully down the ground. Slightly over pitching and driven and put away by Ackerman. As Taylor comes in again. And that is an edge. He's just played a little bit away from his body, and I am blaming nobody else but Will Gidman for that. Yes, at such and such, and Stokes clips this away nicely, and that'll bring him 4 runs as that races away up towards Lumley Castle.
Where's that gone?
Stokes absolutely nails that behind square for 4. So he's having a go at his fielder there. I mean, we found that difficult to pick up. Oh, that's kept low. And that is the breakthrough that Worcestershire desperately wanted before stumps. They wanted Stokes out. Thick outside edge for Potts. And he might get a second. Yeah, that will run away for 4. A little bit short of boundary down here, down to third man.
Oh, there it is. There is the first wicket. They won't be very frustrated with that. That's an absolute beauty. Peter Siddle loses a couple of stumps. That's a lovely drive. That's a good example. Jake Libby will chase it, and it's going to run away from him. Teases him for a little bit, Libby. The only way he was going to stop that was cut it off at source. Not able to. Coming into his work.
Just to play the one. Potts whips this one gloriously through wide mid-on. And we'll pick up a boundary. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain in the air again now. Just have replace them well. Oh, that's a beauty. And that is the strength of Smith. He's got the ball to come back in on a number of occasions, and he's disturbed middle and knocked leg out of the ground. Just trying to get the best of all world. And Bellingham beautifully stands up and punches off the back foot. Much to the pleasure of Will Gidman here with us in the commentary box. Glorious shot to end the over at the moment in county championship cricket, and he has.
Well, he did nick one, but it's gone wide of third slip. And bring him another boundary.
He has another 4 to his total.
Or anything like that.
I was never asked to run for anybody, kiddo, for any particular reason. I'm not sure why. What a glorious shot from Bellingham. Slightly over pitched and driven down the ground for 4.
Team T20.
Yeah, certainly with T20s you do. Yeah.
This is short, and this is hooked in the
he's
air, and
pulled
I
out.
think Bellingham will go, and it is. And I was just wondering there that Robinson hooks this one away, and it's a top edge that goes pretty much over the keeper's head. One bounce for 4, nearly carried all the way for 6. And Ollie Robinson hooks that one. It's right down fine leg's throat. And that's hooked away, and it's 6. Goes all the way straight over the fielder at fine leg. The ball well and got that ball to swing, and that's driven beautifully down the ground. Slightly over pitching and driven and put away by Ackerman. As Taylor comes in again. And that is an edge. He's just played a little bit away from his body, and I am blaming nobody else but Will Gidman for that now. At such and such, and Stokes clips this away nicely, and that'll bring him 4 runs as that races away up towards Lumley Castle.
Where's that gone?
Stokes absolutely nails that behind square for 4. So he's having a go at his fielder there. I mean, we found that difficult to pick up. Oh, that's kept low. And that is the breakthrough that Worcestershire desperately wanted before stumps. They wanted Stokes out. Thick outside edge for Potts. And he might get a second. Yeah, that will run away for 4. A little bit short of boundary down here, down to third man.
Oh, there it is. There is the first wicket. They won't be very frustrated with that. That's an absolute beauty. Peter Siddle loses a couple of stumps. That's a lovely drive. That's a good example. Jake Libby will chase it, and it's going to run away from him. Teases him for a little bit, Libby. The only way he was going to stop that was cut it off at source. Not able to. Coming into his work.
Just to play the one. Potts whips this one gloriously through wide mid-on. And we'll pick up a boundary. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain in the air again now. Just have replace them well. Oh, that's a beauty. And that is the strength of Smith. He's got the ball to come back in on a number of occasions, and he's disturbed middle and knocked leg out of the ground. Just trying to get the best of all world. And Bellingham beautifully stands up and punches off the back foot. Much to the pleasure of Will Gidman here with us in the commentary box. Glorious shot to end the over at the moment in County Championship cricket, and he has.
Well, he did nick one, but it's gone wide of third slip. And bring him another boundary.
He has another 4 to his total.
Or anything like that.
I was never asked to run for anybody, kiddo, for any particular reason. I'm not sure why. What a glorious shot from Bellingham. Slightly over pitched and driven down the ground for 4.
Team T20.
Yeah, certainly the T20s you do. Yeah.
This is short, and this is hooked in the
he's
air, and
pulled
I
out.
think Bellingham will go, and it is. And I was just wondering there that Robinson hooks this one away, and it's a top edge that goes pretty much over the keeper's head. 1 bounce for 4, nearly carried all the way for 6. And Ollie Robinson hooks that one. It's right down fine leg's throat. And that's hooked away, and it's 6. Goes all the way straight over the fielder at fine leg. The ball well and got that ball to swing, and that's driven beautifully down the ground. Slightly over pitching and driven and put away by Ackerman. As Taylor comes in again. And that is an edge. He's just played a little bit away from his body, and I am blaming nobody else but Will Gidman for that now. At such and such, and Stokes clips this away nicely, and that'll bring him 4 runs as that races away up towards Lumley Castle.
Where's that gone?
Stokes absolutely nails that behind square for 4. So he's having a go at his fielder there. I mean, we found that difficult to pick up. Oh, that's kept low. And that is the breakthrough that Worcestershire desperately wanted before stumps. They wanted Stokes out. Thick outside edge for Potts. And he might get a second. Yeah, that will run away for 4. A little bit short of boundary down here, down to third man.
Oh, there it is. There is the first wicket. They won't be very frustrated with that. That's an absolute beauty. Peter Siddle loses a couple of stumps. That's a lovely drive. That's a good example. Jake Libby will chase it, and it's going to run away from him. Teases him for a little bit, Libby. The only way he was going to stop that was cut it off at source. Not able to, coming into his work.
Just to play the one. Potts whips this one gloriously through wide mid-on. And we'll pick up a boundary. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain in the air again now. Just have replace them well. Oh, that's a beauty. And that is the strength of Smith. He's got the ball to come back in on a number of occasions, and he's disturbed middle and knocked leg out of the ground. Just trying to get the best of all world. And Bellingham beautifully stands up and punches off the back foot. Much to the pleasure of Will Gidman here with us in the commentary box. Glorious shot to end the over at the moment in County Championship cricket.
Well, like an end of day 2, even though there's been plenty of rain, the game's moved forward quickly. 2-2-6 in the lead, 1 wicket left. How do you assess it?
Yes, obviously still plenty in the wicket there for the bowlers. We've seen today that there's also a bit of variable bounce now on the wicket. So I think every run's going to be crucial for us. Obviously got one more wicket left. We've got Ben Rain at 11, which doesn't happen too often. So hopefully we can eke out a few more runs tomorrow morning.
Yeah, losing that wicket and the big wicket, Ben Stokes, very last ball of the day, a bit of a blow.
Yeah, obviously I think would have been nice to have Stokes here there tomorrow morning. Trying to build a partnership with Bussy, but looks like that ball kept slightly low. I like you to get that ball that time of the day. So yeah, like I say, if we can eke out another 20, 25, 30 tomorrow, that'll be great.
How are days like today as a player when it's raining? You're on, you're off for more than you were on. What's it like?
It's very challenging, to be honest with you. There's a thing called rain brain, so yeah, it's not easy up there. But you just got to try to switch off as much as possible, and then when it is time to go, get the football out, get the guys going. So that's what we did today.
And Worcester will feel they're still in the game a little bit. It's not a foregone conclusion, this one.
Yeah, like I said, I think anything over 250 will be decent for us. The outfield is also slightly slow. The wickets also slowed up a little bit, so it's difficult to kind of play through the line when the bowlers hold a decent length.
Okay, and you looked in good nick out there. It feels like one of those wickets where 40 is kind of worth double that, really.
Yeah, I think every run's crucial on there. I think you're going to play and miss a few, you're going to nick a few, but like I say, every run's crucial.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Durham. It's day 3 of Durham versus Worcestershire here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Sam Dalling alongside Ben Fitzpatrick this morning. As you can see, we're all, I want to say bathed in sunshine. We're not bathed, but we do have some sunshine. And as you can also see, Durham's final pair, Ben Rain and Bannister Leder, are on their way out into the middle. Ben Stokes falling with the last ball of yesterday evening means the Leder is out there on naught. He's faced 14 balls. Ben Rain is wandering out for the very first time in this innings. Though the game situation is this: Durham lead by 226. They've got 1 wicket left in their second innings, and potentially we've got a thrilling day's cricket. Ben, good morning. Lovely to see you.
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it's unpredictable would be the word that I'd used to sum up so far this match-up. Obviously, slightly quite heavily rain affected yesterday, and from a selfish point of view, Ben Stokes falling with the last ball of the day's play yesterday. As it looks like we're going to see Tom Taylor continue his over. 4 balls left when Stokes was bowled. It was a ball, an attempted bounce that just stayed low, which has been the way of this pitch. Been a little unpredictable, as here comes Taylor. 2 slips and a gully. It's a good sharp ball straight to start into Ben Rain.
What have you made of it, Ben? I know you're a diligent man, so you'd have been watching on, I reckon, for the last couple of days. What, thoughts and feelings? It feels like a therapy session early doors.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I think there's obviously been bright sparks from sort of both teams' perspectives. Biggest probably for Worcestershire from a batting starts, Kashif Ali. Taylor's in again. But for Durham, I think one of the brightest things to see was Ben Stokes swinging the bat quite freely and looking like he was finding that rhythm, finding that stride that was just maybe slightly missing in his last couple of county championship appearances. Have been so prolific and prevalent with the ball, was again in the first bowling innings as well. But just good to see him start to get that batting rhythm. But he'll need the bowling aspect today with just 1 wicket left for Durham. It's a good leave from Rain. I imagine they'll be looking at least to get another, if you can get 15, 20 runs in this last partnership, tick that lead up to about the 235, 240 range. Force Worcestershire in. Obviously the pitch, we saw what it was doing yesterday. Might still be a slight inclination with how green that wicket still looks. But there'll be something still in it in this day. 1 to come from Taylor. Little wider, and it's left. So end of the over. A rather long over in terms of time standpoints, but it has been concluded. Just the 4 runs off it from yesterday's play, but more importantly, that wicket of Ben Stokes. 148 for 9.
Yeah, I chatted to young Harry Darley, who's one of the sub-fielders for Worcestershire, and today it's a bit brighter. We've had floodlights on for the last couple of days, and I said to him, because young Harry was fielding down in front of us, long leg, and Ben Stokes played this pull shot. That we were at a stage, it was Will Goodman, myself, and Ash Thorpe, who I hope you're enjoying your holiday, by the way, Ash. Lovely holiday for you. Away for a couple of weeks, relaxing in the sun. Good to hear. We couldn't pick the ball up, right? Which is difficult as a commentator because we have to tell people what's happening. We couldn't see what's happening. And Ben Stokes has pulled one as Ben Allison is going to start from the Lumley end. And it's come down and it's gone for 6 and quite comfortably for 6. But I said to him, how was your heart rate when that one, the England Test skipper, you're on a sub-fielder, pulls one towards you? He's like, yeah, mate, I couldn't see it. I don't think it went that far over me. I said, yeah, but you couldn't have got there, don't worry.
Yeah.
But I felt through in that moment. But he had a big smile on his face. Worcestershire, they're a very lively bunch, Worcestershire, actually. Alan Richardson, their head coach, I'm sure, right, so they all must get on the same team coach in the morning. They do. They travel from their hotel across to here, and they'll be staying there for a few days because they've got some T20 on Friday. So he must see all the players in the morning, but I've observed him, and he's out there slinging. And every time a batter comes over, so Rob Jones went over and went, "Oh, Jonesy, how are you today?" Gives him some kind of chat as if he hasn't seen him yet that day, which I really like. Maybe Alan Richardson travels separately, I doubt it. But he's great, and he was saying to Harry Darley, fancy a hit later on, which is great because he's not playing. He's running the drinks, but he said, "Oh well, get yourself over in the nets, have a bat, get him involved." Watchful start from Big Barstalader. Wearing my favourite number, 27. Kashi families, 27. Lovely story about that, which maybe we'll come on to later. Barstalader 27. It's the date of my birthday, so I've always liked 27.
Oh, okay. 14's always been my number.
Is it?
Yeah. I've never really understood why, in all honesty, but I think realistically, it goes back to my theatre kid roots. That one just a little bit of shape in. I was always a theatre kid and a Disney kid growing up. So one of the formative experiences of my life, and I'm happy to admit this live on air, was watching High School Musical.
Nice.
For the first time. And I liked Troy Bolton, or number 14.
I don't know who that is.
For the Wildcats. The main character, played by Zac Efron.
Weren't Durham the Wildcats at one point? Maybe that was a uni team that I'm thinking about.
Possibly.
Ooh, inside edge from Toledo. He'll pick up a comfortable 2 out to Matthew Waite, a deep square leg. And there's a round of applause because Durham have reached 150 in the second innings. Relatively slow going by the context of this game, actually. An innings that lasted over 3 hours. How about that? 48.5 overs. Just nudges that Durham lead a little bit further on. And it will be, by far the highest score you would imagine of the game if Worcestershire were to chase this a little bit later on. And I say a little bit later on as that's the end of the 49th because we're assuming that these two won't bat all day. Although as Steve was saying downstairs, good stat from Steve who's on the announcer's duty today. He pointed out that every single player in this Durham 11 has a first-class 100.
I do indeed.
And there was someone, I'm not going to name names, but someone went, "Oh, well, but Peter Siddle's first-class 100 was for Australia A against Scotland," as if he was trying to take it away from him. And I went, "Well, you tell Peter Siddle that." I won't name any names. Last game for Durham in this spell, at least. Peter Siddle could be his last game in English domestic cricket.
Which would be a massive shame, as here comes Taylor.
I think you said shame there, but I heard sham.
Shame,
Which
yes.
would, interesting, it'd be a sham.
Shame and a sham as well. It's no, he's a fantastic cricketer. I remember watching him. I'm not sure if I've told this story on air before, but I remember watching live his famous birthday hat-trick with a couple of friends of mine over back in Australia. I remember the first wicket falling and thinking, fantastic, good on Sid's getting a birthday wicket. Then the second goes and you think, hang on a second. As Rain advances, flicks off his pads. Wanted to come back for 2, but the later was happy to just jog forward and they'll get the 1. Yeah, and that third wicket falls. The celebrations are mighty, and then of course it goes to umpire review. And there's that slight little heart-in-mouth feel of, is it going to get taken away from him? But no, it was a fantastic occasion for him, and certainly one of the moments that I imagine he will remember for the rest of his career. It's Taylor steaming in again. Defended in front. Quite a lot of fielders inside the ring here as well for Worcestershire, so you can certainly see what their thought process is going into this morning session. Try and pitch that ball up, get Delader or Rain driving. Maybe they'll just loop one to cover point. feeling for that one slightly there was the later. They definitely want to get this final partnership and final pairing broken quickly, so they can spend pretty much the entire day batting out, trying to chase into this lead that's just under 230 now.
What do you reckon? Durham heavy favourites?
In this situation, at this point of the game, I'd have to say that momentum is probably in their favour. Taylor bowls one down the leg side, but fairly, according to the umpire. Yeah, given the momentum and the way that certainly this matchup has gone, you'd have to say Durham are the ones that are slightly ahead with their noses in front. But cricket's a funny old game. All it takes for one pair to just dig their heels in, start seeing the ball well and finding the gaps, and all of a sudden you could be thinking, oh, hang on a minute, they're 70 odd for none, 89 for one wicket, and it could be a little bit of fear. That's a nice little drop and run from the later. End of the over, just the 2 from it, 152 for 9.
Got to get Cashy Valley early. I think it's interesting to see how Worcestershire would approach it. You kind of go, well, this innings isn't going to last more than 50 overs, whatever we do. So maybe people like Adam Hose and Rob Jones go out there and have a dart at it. I wouldn't mind that. I think Jake Libby will bat, and they'll try and bat around him.
Yeah, it's definitely try and score high and score quickly, I think will be the mantra.
Oh, and there he goes. That is the end of the innings. We will find out very shortly, because that man I've just mentioned, Rob Jones, has taken a catch at second slip. Ben Allison has his second wicket of the innings. Durham all out for 152 here. Baz Delayed, the last man to fall. He goes for free. 25 deliveries he faced. Caught by Rob Jones at second slip. Bowled by Ben Allison, who's been absolutely superb in the 2 games I've watched him. What a loan signing he is proving to be. And all that means that Worcestershire are going to be heading out to bat in about 10 minutes time. We'll lose a couple of overs. Actually, we've got an extended day anyway, so that currently there's 101 overs left in the day. I don't think we're going to run out of overs. What it does mean is that Worcestershire, to win this game, require 231 runs to win. Just run through those bowling figures then. 4 wickets each for Tommy Taylor and Nathan Smith. I wondered if they'd be on a little bit of a battle to try and pick up the fifer. There was just 1 wicket available this morning. Well, Ben Allison said, sorry, boys and girls, I'm going to take that final wicket. So Allison finishes with 5 in the game. Nathan Smith 8 in the game. That Durham innings, well, it was an odd innings because they changed the order around a little bit. So it feels like a long, long time ago actually now. It was end of day 1 where it opened up. But the top scorer was Colin Ackerman, who came in at 6 after Potts and Siddle. Beddingham batted at 7, Ollie Robinson 8, Ben Stokes batted at 9, he made 26, second top score. So 152 all out, 231 to win. It would be by some 40 runs. Oh, I nearly said, it would have been good if I could have said, no, it would be some 41, wouldn't it? It would be by some 41 runs. The highest innings of the game so far, if they were to win it. I should never doubt myself.
No.
What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
It's going to be a big ask. It's going to be a big ask, but I think you've hit it there well. If they can just sort of bat around Jake Libby, get a couple with some cameos of some 30, 41, some 41 runs as well, a pair, then they might be in with a shout. But I look at that bowling attack, I see Stokes, I see Potts, I see Rain, I see Siddle, and I see it could be a very, very formidable task that is ahead for the visitors in their second innings.
I hope you don't see too much rain, by the way. Fingers crossed it stays away. We're going to stay away for about 10 minutes, and then we will rejoin you for what will be the final innings of this match. Well, good morning. Welcome to Durham. I feel like I've got a bit of deja vu because I've only just done this. Sam Dalling here. I'm still alongside Ben Fitzpatrick. And we are about to get underway yet again. Young Mr. Hogg, I think, is a sub-fielder today. He'll be out there for Dave Beddingham. The Durham players in their huddle. Scott Borthwick with a couple of final words of encouragement before Ben Rain sprints out there into the middle. 231 for Worcestershire to win. That final wicket, Baz Delaney going early doors this morning. Ben Allison taking it. And I tell you what, if you're in the local area, or even if you're not that local, you know, I'm not going to put an exact perimeter on it, but I'd say if you're within 20 or 30 miles and you fancy a little bit of cricket, this is going to be a thrilling finish, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really exciting day's play, and I wouldn't be surprised me if Worcestershire actually go about this with sort of a one-day mentality out there with the bat, just as we sort of try to touch on a little bit, try and build an innings around one particular batsman. Might be the man that's going to be on the non-strikers end to start in Jake Libby, as him and Gareth Roderick make their way out to the middle. But don't be surprised if, even for those that might be tuning in around the grounds, get your catching hands ready, because there might be a couple that might fly your way.
Yeah, they were doing a bit of fielding in front of us, actually, this morning. The Durham lads really enjoy their fielding. We had Will Gidman on yesterday, and he was talking about making it fun. And if you make it fun and make it competitive as well, the lads will do anything. So those three slips, Scott Borthwick, Colin Ackerman, and Alex Lees, next to Ollie Robinson, were doing a fair bit of slip catching this morning, anticipating it might be a busy old time. And I think, actually, we had a stat the other day. It was this account, Useless Durham Stats. And I tell you what, they are far from useless. I'm going to dig it back out after Ben Rain is in. Gareth Roderick is punching him to mid-off for no run. Yeah, I'll find it. But it was something like that there have been 3 catches at third slip in this game already. And I think the previous 2 seasons here, there'd only been 1 in each season.
Wow.
So this is a pitch where the outside edge has been found. Colin Ackerman just rotating those arms. Not sure we'll see him have a bowl, but great to see him back out there. Yes, I found it. Follow at Durham Stats. The headline is Useless Durham Stats. I think it's well worth a look.
Might be one for me to keep an eye on myself as well.
I think you like that. I wondered if it might have been you. Ben Fitzpatrick is a man who comes prepared. I love it. Scoring alongside me as well.
Prepare to fail, fail to prepare, as my old uni lecturer would say.
You're kind of like a method commentator, aren't you?
Mm.
Basically fully immersed in the game. I like that. You've had some good news, actually, haven't you, since we last spoke? Your uni degrees come through.
Yes.
Scraped through, didn't you? Well done.
Well and truly, actually. If you knew me during the time I wrote my dissertation, I apologise.
Well, congratulations. As Roderick is advancing, and Ben Rain and the Durham field is squared him up a little bit. Yeah, just having a look at that on the replay. Welcome to all of you joining us. You can get in touch with us. We'll keep an eye on the YouTube comments. There'll be plenty of Worcestershire fans out there. This could be a huge opportunity for a victory. It's a big ask, yes. It's not impossible, though.
Mm. Definitely not impossible.
Far from it. Roderick with his open stance. Turns it in. To the leg side for no run. 2-3-1, that victory target. A decent crowd in. There's always the stand we can see right in front of us is never usually very heavily populated, but actually below us and to the left where we can't quite see is where a lot of the members here at Durham sit, and there's a fair few of them in, as there always is. They were rewarded yesterday for their patience while it was raining. Big shout from Ben Rain. Gareth Roderick took a couple of steps down. I'm not sure how convinced Ben Rain was there. He initially celebrates half-heartedly as if he's expecting it to be given out, I think. And then he turns around. I'm just trying to get a little replay. I think the decision is it's just sliding down.
Yeah, my question was I thought I heard 2 noises.
That would do it.
Or something that felt a little bit more solid than pad initially.
I have to tell you, that's not a question, that was a statement you made there, Ben Fitzpatrick. Turn into the leg side. Sorry, I got unnecessarily close to you there. I was looking at my chair. I didn't mean to. End of the over. Naught without loss. Good start from Ben Rain.
Yeah, good clean start from Ben Rain, despite the boundary off the final ball. You expect that from a bowler that is currently duelling, actually, with Matty Potts, the leading wicket taker of the side. 21 wickets apiece between the two. And right on cue, looks like we're going to see Potts starting things off from the Finkel end, just beneath us.
Potts is just starting to come good, isn't he? A slow-ish start to the season, but he's really picked up the pace.
Yeah, and he had a great first innings as well. 4 for 29 off his 8 overs of work in the first Worcestershire batting innings. Let's kick things off in this second now. Big grunt of exhaustion and effort in that first delivery.
Be buoyed by his inclusion in the England squad as well. 6 wickets down at Essex. Didn't play in that Somerset game, the 2-day win here.
Another ball slipped Corden. Very, very happy with. Important to hit those marks early and force those batsmen to feel a little uncomfortable. Try and get them feeling, try and get them playing, and try and draw that outside edge into play. Potts charges in. Oof, there was that edge. Just a little short of Lee's at third slip. I'll get off the mark and away for 1 run. Despite that 1 run, that'll be encouraging, I think, for Potts and the slips Corden. They're finding that outside edge early on. No indication as of yet that the pitch is doing too much laterally. As Roderick defends. But that could certainly change throughout the day, as that small little peak of sunshine that we had to start us off at 11 o'clock this morning has just been shaded over by some healthy cloud cover.
It was very wet overnight. When I arrived this morning, the sheets were still on and there were puddles weighing the sheets down. You didn't need weights. There was a lot of water on them. Ground staff did a brilliant job to clear up very quickly. Straight away, they were in. Sheets were off. The rope gets pulled around by the tractor just to take a bit of surface water, and there were no doubts we were going to start on time here.
No, absolutely. I have to admit, looking and hoping and praying on the weather forecast a little precariously, especially throughout yesterday's play, that we wouldn't get too interrupted across the 4 days. Oof, that one zips through, straight through. Ollie Robinson down towards fine leg. It will go for 2 byes on that ball, and that was the last of the over as well. End of it, 7 without loss. Worcestershire require 224 to win.
Oh, I think they'll quite fancy this. I think Jake Libby is going to do a Jake Libby thing and just strap in. Love him as a cricketer, love him as a person, Jake Libby. He has more patience, I think, than any better. I've many of the batters I've ever seen, averaging 50 for Worcestershire in first-class cricket. Pushes that one down the ground. There's no orthodox mid-off, so Ben Stokes is going to zip after it. Libby's looking for free, won't get it. Very good snooker player, Jake Libby.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's like very good. He, Frank Watson was telling me he played a frame or two with Judd Trump once, and he said, "Oh, how did you get on against Judd Trump, Jake?" He said, "Well, I broke, and then I sat down and didn't get back up again." That's an inside edge. Might bring him 4 though. It does bring him 4. Valuable runs. Ben Rain has the half teapot out. And that races away to the boundary, and just every single run out here in what could be a low scoring thriller is valuable. They move up to 13 without loss. Good start that. Good to have plenty of Worcester fans.
Yeah, the more these two bat throughout the day, the more that Borthwick and Co will have a little bit of a question mark over their heads as well.
Just draws the bat inside that one, Jake Libby. Wanders away towards square leg. Quick word with himself. Yeah, that's the thing. It'll start to get nervy. It's all these little milestones. There's games within games going on here. Kashi Fally coming in at 3, batted beautifully in the first inning. Just ran out of partners and ended up getting out slogging, but he had to do it, and he wasn't moving very freely either, Kashi, but he's been out there fielding, so I think he's feeling a little bit better. Genuine swing and a miss. Rare that from Jake Libby. Eyes lit up, I think, just back of a length.
Yeah, try for the back foot punch. Saw David Bedingham do that yesterday and thought, you know what, I'll have a little bit of that. Can find myself a small gap between point and cover, but just didn't quite time it right there. Either that or the pace was just a little bit too much from Rain. There's 2 very strong reply deliveries after being sent down fine leg for 4.
Pushed out to backward point. Nice delay there. Doing the fielding, no run. If you're just joining us, welcome. Sam and Ben here all day. Get in touch. Streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Who is going to emerge victorious? Both sides need a win for very different reasons. Durham hoping to put pressure. Oh, and that one's lifted. We've seen that from the Lumley end a little bit. Nathan Smith, who's a little bit sharper than Ben Rain, was getting a little bit of extra bounce from that Finkel end, and then the ball's keeping a little bit lower from the Lumley end. End of the over. 13 without loss, just that one boundary off it.
Yeah, and it was that low one that undid Ben Stokes on the last ball of yesterday as well, wasn't it? One that he was expecting to bounce. I think a lot of people would have expected to bounce, but just stayed low and rearranged the furniture behind the England Test captain as Potts turns on his mark and strides in. Strong forward defensive from Roderick.
34 and 2 in the reverse fixture. Gareth Roderick down at New Road. Wonderful place, New Road. Oh, I was there last week. I want to go there. I am going there again soon. I'm going there on my honeymoon, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to watch a T20 game in one of their new hospitality suites. Should be lovely. Lovely people, lovely place.
That'll be runs. Won't get 4, I don't think. Graham Clark out there doing the fielding. Roderick will come back for half of what we were hoping for, though, just the 2. But as we've said in these early stages especially, every run is going to count towards that required total. Now 216 is required. You were saying about sort of batting in milestones, batting in increments. They'll be looking at that total, thinking, can we get that down just by increments of 50? Can we get it to 200 to win, then 150 to win, then 100 to win, and then we'll start looking at it, thinking, okay, let's really have a real go at this total and at this lead that Durham have managed to build. That's again into that same gap. A little bit more pace on it this time, but Clark will reach it again. They're looking for a third, and they'll reach quite comfortably as well. Good running there between Roderick and Libby.
Yeah, Libby's very sharp, very, very quick. He was brilliant in the field, actually, Jake Libby. He always is. Gets to the ball very quickly, and he's good at running. And you need this as well, actually. In a game like this, 2s and 3s, because largely we've been dealing in boundaries. The outfield's slowed up a little bit. I think Colin Ackerman was saying that last night when I spoke to him. We've been dealing in 4s or singles, really. But it feels like there's a few more 2s and 3s available now.
Not a bad response delivery. And yeah, to that point, in ordinary play, I think in day one, those two shots are racing away for 4. There's now been a man that's put out there to that point, to that third man kind of region, just to cover off those little sort of outside edge or feathered guided shots just past the slip cordon to prevent those from going any further. Ackerman's seen the 2 balls go down that way this over and says, okay, we've been lucky twice. We don't want to give them that extra 1 or possibly 2, depending on how hard they run between the wickets when we're defending so resolutely. Here comes Potts again.
Ooh. Good carry.
Yeah, good carry and a little bit of lift as well. End of the over, 5 off it. 18 for none. Worcestershire in their second innings. They still require 213 runs to win here today.
Little milestones getting towards that 200. Once they go under 200, that'll make Durham sweat a little bit more. Then 150, then 100. Plenty of energy, as you'd expect from Durham. They'll be confident. They are a confident bunch of lads in a very good way. You know, they play cricket in the right way. They have a laugh together. They're very serious about their cricket too, and they back themselves. And rightly so, they've got some serious cricketers. They've had a brilliant couple of years. Just onto the front foot really early there, Roderick. He has this really wide open stance. That front leg is cleared. Takes a little shuffle. Rain is trying to hone in on those pads. Just want to have a look at Roderick's first class career. 221 dismissals. 48 LBW, so for about 20%. I don't know if that's a high or a low number, that's the problem. I've got no context for it. And again, on that front foot, little shuffle across. Almost padded that one up, as if it was a spinner, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty much. It was just flicked off the top of the pad there from Roderick. But you're right. It's an interesting sort of way to approach, especially as an opener. You see there, that wide stance. It's a perfect example of what Sam Dalling's talking about.
Advances this time and just pats it back to Ben Rain. Interesting little battle going on here. Very interesting little battle. Ben Rain did get him in the game down at New Road in the first innings. Got one nicked behind for just a couple to Ollie Robinson. Paul Coughlin got him in the second. He's not playing in this one. I think Paul Coughlin's playing 2s today, actually. If you're in Hartlepool and fancy a bit of cricket, Durham 2's playing this afternoon. We had Will Goodman on speaking very eloquently yesterday, and they've changed it up. And I hadn't noticed this, but the old school 2 T20s in a day for second 11s. Durham have shifted the narrative a little bit. So they play one on the first afternoon, and then the next one the following morning. So they'll be playing Wednesday morning. So actually, if you are around on Wednesday morning and are missing some cricket, because I don't think this is going to go to tomorrow, I would get yourself down to Hartlepool, because I know today Coughlin's playing, Callum Parkinson's playing, and Ben Dorshus, who's one of the leading all-time wicket takers in the Big Bash, is playing twos cricket. We'll keep an eye on that one, actually. And I reckon tomorrow you might see a few more of these lads, if the game finishes today, play, just to switch themselves back into white ball mode.
Wouldn't surprise me, especially with the blast coming back so soon.
Rides the bounce there, but can't get it past Baz Deleda. Good over this from Ben Rain, joining the dots. Northern Diamonds are in action as well down at Headingley. They're playing the Netherlands women. Northern Diamonds have made a strong start. 156 for 1. Aaron Winford Hill is the batter out. Marlowe's got 70 from 59. Holly Armitage 33 from 24. See if that twos game starts in a couple of hours. This is encouraging for Ben Rain. Maiden over. Gareth Roderick getting on the front dog, as they called it back in the day. Very early. Round of applause from this Durham crowd for the maiden over from Ben Rain. So 19 without loss, Worcestershire.
Well, we're having a little bit of a score summary. Let's dive into some of the other games that are going on in Division 1.
Ooh, please do.
Kent are currently still trailing by 269 runs in Southampton. 236 for 6 they currently are. Lancashire and Notts are finally getting some play after yesterday was rained out. Notts are 10 for none after Lancashire's 353 for 9 declaration. As here comes Potts.
Oh yeah, did you see the rain at Southport? Oh, it was bucketing down yesterday.
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the Lancashire Twitter account as well. Their socials. They were thinking, oh, okay, might get on here. Nope, the rain started to come back down again. Oh, the covers are coming off. Nope, we're back raining again. It was a little bit of confusion about just how much it could actually rain purely and consistently in one day, but it looks like it's all cleaned up.
The answer is a lot. We live in England.
It is
It can rain
indeed.
a lot.
Trying to drive, but not past the ever-present Ben Stokes at mid-off. The other two games, Warwickshire and Somerset. Somerset trailing by 168 runs, currently 244 for 8. Craig Overton and James Rue and to bat there. Warwickshire posted 412 all out in their first innings. And speaking of rain, there has been a rain delay today. Surrey and Essex currently delayed at the Oval.
Yeah, it's always raining down in London. It's beautiful up here in the northeast. Beautiful, plenty of blue sky. It's a shame that one, although a draw wouldn't be a particularly bad result for sides looking to catch those two up, naming no names. So what do you think, Ben Fitzpatrick? I think, and I'm going to look to you for the definitive opinion.
Okay.
Jordan Cox starts the game overnight on the first night, goes off for surgery on his appendix. So he can play no further part. If it had been COVID or if it had been concussion, they could have brought someone in, but they can't. Can't play, can't be replaced.
Oh, that's close. That's very close from Potts. And saw him as he finished his run-up, sort of outstretched his arms initially, thinking that he might have just got that outside edge, and the head goes back in exasperation. But encouragement again for Potts, as it was for Rain in that last over. Continue your thought.
I think my thought's over. What do you reckon? Should he be allowed to be replaced?
I would say in that situation, yes, because it's appendicitis and it's one of those things that just comes out of nowhere. As here comes Potts again. That one shapes in. And Libby, as he tried to dart off for a quick single, is swiftly thwarted. Siddle doing the fielding. Wonder when we'll see him start getting loose and bowling from either end. But
Well,
yeah, finishing.
I just saw him getting loose. Just
Well, there you
saw him
go.
warming up.
There we go. They don't call me a clairvoyant for nothing, Sam Dalling. But to finish that point on Jordan Cox, I think it is one of those things that's the kind of it's an unforeseeable instance, really. As Potts is tucked away off the hip of Livy. They'll come back for 2. So no first maiden over for Matty Potts to complement Ben Rain. Just the 2, and those 2 off it, 24 none. But yeah, I think that he should be eligible to be replaced in that scenario. Like you say, with something that's as unpredictable and as unplanned as COVID would be, as something as unpredictable and unplanned as a concussion protocol would be, so too is
an operation, basically.
Yes, yeah.
I'm with you. I think it's a nonsense, really. I wonder how long it will be before we see a bit of Stokes and Siddle, as you're saying. Probably not too long. Now, is that a short leg going in? I think it is for Gareth Roderick. I wondered if Ollie Robinson might come up to the stumps, but actually, we saw Gareth Roderick just getting on that front foot really early, almost padding him away, Ben Rain, as if he was a spinner at times. And so they're saying, all right, Gareth, if you want to keep doing that and jabbing your bat down, well, if one gets an inside edge onto your pads, we're going to have someone there to snaffle it up. I like that from Durham. Going to have to be aggressive here.
Yeah, we saw this quite a while back as well with players that were quite aggressive and quite quick on the front foot, moved away and out of the line to take LBW out. Keaton Jennings of Lancashire against Durham at Blackpool did that a lot and was really, really punishing for it. So good to see that Durham early on are trying to account for that.
3 slips and a short leg. Oof, just cuts him up there. He's getting a bit of nip back off the seam, I think, Ben Rain. Gareth Roderick, he's not playing him very comfortably at all here. This is good from Rain. He'll be encouraged. He'd be more encouraged if he could pick up that wicket, though. 20 without loss. You're just joining us. Good morning. I think we've got a wonderful day's cricket. I don't think we're going to need 93 overs for this game to conclude. Something tells me. Not quite the clairvoyant that Fitzpatrick is. But I have a feeling, as the Black Eyed Peas would sing. Yeah, see, just that hesitation there, just hanging back a little bit, Roderick there, playing it off the back foot.
And what this will do as well, it'll give encouragement for Borthwick to just give these 2 bowlers, Rain and Potts, a little bit more rope, a little bit more leeway. Okay, have another over, try and see if you can work them down a little bit more before we turn to the international experience of Siddle and Stokes. Because this is good.
Bit of a charge from Roderick. That's the reason Rain was the only man half appealing for LBW. He just bashes his own head. I think it's an interesting one for Borthwick, isn't it? Because the temptation is to rush. You've got Stokes and Siddle, so you go, well, let's just rush to them. But you've got 2 quality bowlers here. Matt Potts is going to play Test cricket this summer, and Ben Rain has been absolutely brilliant. So, and also, as Scott Borthwick says, once you give Stokes the ball, it ain't coming out of his hands.
Yeah.
So you aren't. It's not like you go in Stokes. Can you do 5 overs and then we'll bring Matthew Potts back? It's a 10 over stint, I reckon. So whenever he goes to Stokes before lunch, Stokes will then bowl until lunch. I'd have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a healthy dose of sun now shining down on Ben Rain.
Soft hands from Roderick. It'll frustrate the bowler. It's going to go away for 4 because it goes just wide of third slip, and the bounce was really awkward for Alex Lees there, who's a big man, so getting down is a tough one as well. I think actually Roderick has played that pretty well, don't you?
Yeah, it's nicely just sort of almost guided and feathered just out of the reach instead of Lees at third slip. And it is that sort of that third man and fine leg region that the balls just seem to be travelling towards. They elected not to have the sweeper in at third man on this side.
So Roderick just got on that front foot early again, and I think he was, for a split second, and I'm only talking about a fraction of time because that's all you get. You think that the cover drive's coming out, and he pulled out of it, and he turned around and admonished himself and said, "You leave that alone, Gareth Roderick.
Yeah,
You leave that well alone."
Yeah, we said about maybe batting with the one-day mentality, but that might have been taking it a little bit too far. That might have been going back into blast mode.
And I think it depends on the players. So I think your openers bat like openers, right? And then you see where you're at. Quick single. Gonna have to hurry. And Gareth Roderick and Ben Rain collide there, and I think Roderick's in a little bit of pain. I hope he's okay. It was Hogg, the sub-fielder, who they decided to take on. Just have another quick look at that to clock what happens. But Ben Rain, there was nothing in it. He was trying to get out of his way.
Yeah, he's just been helped up here as Roderick by Rain. Good sportsmanship there. Yeah, it all happened so quickly, didn't it? Just the little push and run. Immediately there was a big authoritative call of yes from Roderick. And like you say, Hogg was the man that tried to take the bails off on this non-striker's end.
He'll need a little bit of treatment, just checking he's all right. I think he is. End of the over that was then. So 25 without loss. So I'm just having a look back through the game actually, and having a look at the number of boundaries. So 32 runs in that Durham first innings, which remember was just 190. 32 runs down at third. 20 in the Worcestershire innings, so 52. So in that second innings, they've started to plug that gap at third, and they can't afford to let too many free runs go, as we're joined by a very special guest. He's back for a second stint. Can't keep him away. We love having him here. Vic, how are you, Vic?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you guys?
We are exceptionally well.
I think I must probably be the most unpopular guy in Durham at the moment. Certainly from reading social media.
Oh, ignore social media, Vic.
Matt.
I've copped a fair deal of flack this week.
Why would that
not
be?
Not unsurprisingly, actually.
This pitch related are we talking about,
Yeah,
Vic?
it's not a great pitch, is it?
I like your honesty. It's below what you'd. It's not what you'd hope for. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not. Nobody wants to see bad pitches. Nobody wants to prepare bad pitches. But this hasn't been up to the standard that it should have been.
Ooh, that zip through again from Matty Potts, and just wonder he is getting close. It feels to that breakthrough. Got close in the last over, and that's another beauty of a delivery there.
Can you talk us through why? Like, because there's so many variables that go into these things, because it's sometimes just a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had a crystal ball, and I wish that I could tell you. I mean, before any match, you'll see people come out and they'll be down on their hands and knees, and they're saying, "Oh, it's going to do this, it's going to do that." To be honest with you, I haven't got a clue.
Punched. That should be four. It's a lovely stroke from Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I could say about this one, it was possibly not as hard as one would have liked it to be before the start. Yes, it was green. It was greener than most pitches. That doesn't always mean that it's going to play badly. People will see a green pitch and get very frightened, but knowing that you guys watch a lot of cricket, you will have seen a lot of cricket from New Zealand, and some of the test match pitches down there start really green with lots of grass on them, and they all seem to play very well. So it's not a natural thing that if it's green, it's going to go around the place. Something that has been a factor in this game, I've no doubt, is the overhead conditions.
Yeah, massively.
And if there is plenty of grass on there, that grass is going to stay damp and cold.
Advancing, racing forward for just the single there is Roderick. So he moves on to 19 now.
Well, Will Gibman we had on yesterday was saying, the pitch has got a bit in it for the bowlers, but it's been an imperfect storm if you're a batter and a perfect storm if you're a bowler in terms of the overheads, the gloom, the Duke's ball.
So much of this game, particularly nowadays with so much one-day cricket, so much is stacked in the favour of the batsman. And sometimes it's quite nice to see the bowlers get a little bit of help.
Well, Potts will be looking for a little help here. Last ball of the over.
I think the key here for the guys is they've got to stay patient. They've not got to expect things to happen every ball. Just stay patient, keep hitting the right areas, and things will happen. And I mean, we've spoken all game about partnerships developing, but if they stay true to their work and keep running in and putting the ball in the right areas, something will happen. And hopefully we can, when we take one, we can take 3 or 4.
And batting shouldn't be easy, right? It should be the most difficult facet of the game. And the batters had their time earlier in the summer when the Kookaburra balls were used, and there were some fairly flat pitches around the ground, and that, you know, there's different variables for that as well. But a couple of batters have shown, Kashif Ali, Ben Stokes, that you can bat on this pitch if you apply yourself and get in. There's that short leg in play.
I did hear, I don't know whether it's true or not, but I did hear that Ben said during the first innings that what you need to do is you need to bat 25 balls, see what the pitch is doing before you try and be too expansive and take the game to the opposition. And yeah, I think sometimes we need to see these sort of games. I mean, it's great for the crowd. Something's happening all the time. And nobody, God forbid, wants to see 700 playing 600 and we all walk off after 4 days with sort of 15 wickets going down in 4 days.
There's a lovely story of Justin Langer. He made back-to-back triple hundreds for Somerset. He made one down at Guildford, and he came back the following season. He made 300 against Middlesex. And I've heard this from a few different people. And he walked into the dressing room and he was absolutely fuming. And people were like, "You've just made 300." And he said, "Yeah, but we're not going to win a championship on this pitch because you're not going to get enough wickets."
That sounds like Langer.
Was
that's flicked up-ish, but it's gone wide of Peter Siddle mid-on, who's going to do the chasing in his long sleeves, and they're going to come back for free. Good running. Every run is crucial. That takes Worcestershire up to 33 without loss, and it takes them below the 200 required mark, 198 to win. Psychologically, another barrier ticked off.
I'm guessing that game would have been played at Taunton.
It was, yes, back in the Taunton days of it being a flat
one. Well, going back to those days, the guy at Somerset, a guy by the name of Phil Frost.
Frosty, yeah.
He won the Groundsman's Award year after year
yeah.
after year for making good pitches. But you're absolutely right that Somerset said we will never win the league on these pitches because we just can't win. We can't win a game at home, so we will never ever win the championship. And I don't think they've won a championship yet, have they?
No, famously never won one.
Yeah, and
got a few up here, don't we?
Well, yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. What does make a good pitch?
Well, I'm going to ask you that question, Vic, because you know far more than I.
Well, I mean, the traditional answer to that is you get a pitch which seems around a little bit at the start, first day or whatever, supports the quicker bowlers. Days 2 and 3 it flattens out and the batsman can score lots of runs, and day 4 it spins. Easy.
There's not been there's not been the sunshine for this pitch to even have a sniff of flattening out, has there?
No, I mean, it hasn't. It's barely dried out at all.
Covered every night, covered half the days.
Yeah, and so it's difficult for that to happen. If it starts damp and you get no sun, it's very difficult for it to dry out and improve.
Last ball of the 9th. Jake Libby, as Jake Libby does, just pushing it to mid-on for no run. 33 without loss. I noticed over the couple of days, Vic, that from the Finkel end, from the Lumley end down there, there's been a few that have lifted a little bit, and from the Finkel end, there's just been the very occasional ball that's kept a little bit low. Why? Can you give some insight as to why a pitch at different ends might behave slightly differently?
Yeah, I think I can answer that one on this particular square this year because of the winter that we had where it sat underwater for a lot of time and the grass didn't germinate. It didn't grow with the new grasses. At the far end there, we tend to have a lot of bare areas, whereas this end is more grassy because that wasn't underwater quite so much.
Okay.
Very interesting talking to one of the umpires this morning about the horrible ball that got Ben Stokes out last ball of yesterday. And I said to him, I said, my God, that was a horror, that kept low. And he said, well, actually, what I think happened, and he went and showed me the spot, he said, I think it hit exactly this spot here. He said, bowler bowling right arm round the wicket, fairly wide, swung a bit, and he said, I think it hit this patch. And it was where the right arm bowlers at the Lumley end there had been following through. It hit a patch and has gone along the deck. Which I thought
Uppish and driven and away from the fielders. Stokes doing the chasing. It won't reach the boundary. Roderick will scamper back though for 2.
I thought that was quite interesting.
Oh, here he is. Turns up on air and doesn't put his phone on silent.
I do apologise
Classic
for
Vic.
that. Nobody ever phones me.
No one important then?
Just my mechanic, actually.
Oh, okay. Bit of pitch wear or your actual your home car, your personal car?
Oh no, a mower.
Mower.
A mower which is causing me problems.
Peter Siddle, by the way, has come on to bowl at the Finkel end. Sorry, Vic, what were you saying? There was something. You were in the middle of something.
Yeah, just talking about that indifference.
Ah, yes.
Indifference of bounce, and I think that's the reason for it. Is that lack of grass. If it hits a bare area, it tends to stay down. If it hits a grassy area, it will bounce through more. Interesting that Siddle's bowling this end.
I was thinking that. He's not bowled this end at all. I'd
No.
assumed that Stokes would bowl this end and Siddle will come on the other end.
Stokes is now warming up, and whether he's seen something or fancies the other end, I don't know. But I think I'm correct in saying for the whole of the Somerset game,
Yeah.
he bowled from this end.
For the viewers at home, we're in the Finkel end in the media centre here. Lumley end is down the other end, and yeah, Siddle's been bowling Lumley end. Stokes has been bowling Finkel end. I assume that's what would happen.
Advances. And Stokes will dive. Just stops it, but stops enough from going down the ground for 4. And then there's a little bit of a collision between Stokes and I think there's Potts that was doing the fielding at mid-on.
Maybe Stokes fancies a little bit of extra bounce and they think Siddle might be the man to hoop it around. Stokes was very enthusiastic there, wasn't he? He got up, chucked without really looking.
Yeah.
He nearly hit poor Jake Libby in the back.
Just shows the kind of cricketer that Ben Stokes is, isn't it? Just as soon as they hear the call of setting off, got to get that ball in. Got to make something happen. Siddle tries to do here, but that's too wide. And that's sent away for 4 by Libby. That's the first loose ball that we've seen probably all day from a Durham perspective as well. That 4 concludes the over. It's an expensive one as well. The most of the day, 7 runs off it. It's 40 for none. That lead now under 200 runs for Durham to defend.
And here comes Ben Stokes, right on cue from the Lumley end. Probably set for, what do you reckon, Vic? 10, 15 overs. After if we've got lunchtime, he'll probably bowl for an hour and then keep going. Scott Borthwick can't get the ball out of his hands.
I think it depends how he's going. If he picks up a couple of wickets, you're not going to get that ball off of him, I would have thought.
Yes, I think Scott's well aware that he has to leave it a little bit because then you can't get it off him.
I think he fancies it this morning as well.
Yeah, particularly now. It's been a good start. 191 for Worcestershire to win. They've knocked off 40 already. We've only had 10 overs, so 4 and over without taking any real risk. Stokes to Roderick, 3 slips. He sort of jabs that one into the leg side. Almost stopped in the shot. Picks up a couple to start with. So you've got dodgy mowers at the moment, have you, Vic? You must be constantly in touch with a mechanic. Got them on a retainer?
I wish. No, it's very good. If if we have a machine come down, he's down the next day and tries to sort it out, and we don't have to have the machinery taken away off site, which is always a bit of a nightmare if it goes away. So he looks after us well.
What kind of numbers-wise, what have we got in that shed? How many mowers are we talking? Rollers? What sort of kit have we got?
We've probably got about 3 pitch mowers, a couple slightly bigger which we cut the square with, and then 3 outfield cutters, a couple of rollers.
Heavy and light?
Heavy and lighter.
I was going to say,
we've got a push-along roller, which is the light one.
Ooh, expansive drive. Stokes just has a quick look and then turns back around. Gareth Roderick goes to take his own counsel at square leg. So come on, we always hear this, right? Heavy and light roller. What sort of weights are we talking about? Because I can't imagine light is particularly light. It's a roller after all.
Yeah, light. You're probably talking. Is it under 0.75 of a ton? heavy one will go up to 3.5 or more ton. You can ballast them with water. All of the rollers you can fill with water to add weight to it, and there's a couple of tanks on there. You can put water in, and then of course it depends who you sit on it to drive it.
If that was me sitting on that heavy roller, I think you need a good 5 litres of water.
Yeah, I don't think you would add a lot to it.
2 balls left of the 11th.
We also have heavy and light operatives.
Driven back at Stokes, who fields brilliantly off his own bowling, and Jake Libby just turns around and sprints back. He was backing up at the non-striker's end. And so, for the uninitiated, during the game, between innings, what can you use, what can't you use, who picks which roller we use?
Each team will get 2 uses of the heavy roller, a maximum of 2 uses of the heavy roller. So it's down to them to decide when they want to use the heavy rollers. So you can use it before the day starts.
Driven by Roderick. That's a lovely shot. It's going to be chased. I'm sure the chase is going to be in vain. That's 4 runs. That was a beautiful shot from Gareth Roderick. He played and missed at one a little bit earlier on, but he gave Matthew Potts the chase, and he couldn't get there. 40. I think it's got to be 46 without loss. Yeah, it is. 11 gone. Sorry, Vic, you were saying.
No, for example, you'll get half an hour before each day starts. You have a choice of heavy or light roller, and that can be delayed up to as long as 10 minutes before the start. You get 7 minutes rolling time, whichever roller it is, and then of course between change of innings you also get another go. So
okay.
So as I say, a maximum of 2 uses of the heavy roller. Because this has been a pretty shortened game, it's not been too much of an issue. But when it came to this morning, for example, Durham had already used their 2 heavy rollers, so they could only use the light one this morning, but Scott chose not to use any roller at all.
And why? What difference does it make? Why are they picking heavy, light, no roller?
The theory is that the heavy roller will sort of flatten the pitch for half an hour, 45 minutes. We sometimes find that the heavy roller reduces the bounce of the ball and probably would help. If you were batting, for example, Worcestershire batting last in this match, as soon as it came to their roller choice today, they went for the heavy roller. They would choose to use the heavy roller to maybe flatten the pitch a bit, and I mean that could be working in their favour at the moment. We're getting towards the sort of time now where that roller will start to wear off. The effects of that roller will start to wear off, and hopefully we'll see a few balls go up and down.
Big shout from Siddle. He was pretty much convinced, but the umpire keeps the finger firmly in his own hand. That was close. Was very, very convinced there was Peter Siddle, wasn't he?
I like that phrase, the finger in his own hand.
Well, you know, just cupped both between
I liked it.
between the hands, you know.
Alex Lees And the slip fielders thought that was out. Let's have another look.
I think it went under.
Sliding, maybe?
Yeah, that looked like the only question potentially. The disappointment on Peter Siddle's face there. Here he comes once again. This time I look for a little bit of width to try and drag back in. As Sam Dowling has got the expert Hawkeye going here to try and freeze the point of impact.
Can't do it. I haven't got the skill. Sliding down is probably the call. It did go under. Okay, so have Worcestershire used their 2 heavy rollers now, Vic? Or
Yes.
could they? Okay,
Yeah.
so they. But in theory, if they hadn't, they could say at lunchtime, Vic, can you get the heavy
No,
one out?
no.
Between
Only
innings.
only at change of innings
Okay.
or start of the day.
Okay.
So if they were to bat all day today and still be 2 or 3 runs short tomorrow, which is highly unlikely, they couldn't use the heavy roller again tomorrow because they've now had their 2 goes with it.
Got ya.
Okay.
But they can still use a roller, so they
can
could say
still
light,
use the light roller, yeah.
and it's their prerogative as the batting side to
Yeah.
decide that.
Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting. It's good learning that.
It is.
I'll pretend I knew
Well,
this in the next game. I'll pretend I knew this.
A few years ago, they actually did away with a heavy roller in championship matches. You couldn't use a heavy roller at all, that caused a few issues.
Siddle was trying to cause a few issues there. A big LBW appeal denied by the umpire, but he's fired back with a maiden over, an important one needed there as well for Durham, just to slightly stymie the momentum that Worcestershire have in this second innings. 46 for none as we conclude the 12th.
Umpires coming together, and I wonder if this is just a little word with Scott Borthwick to say, I know you're disappointed, lads, with that LBW not being given out, but just think about the way you're appealing and how you're expressing that disappointment. Scott Borthwick just gave a little nod and then went back to the slips. I think they were pretty convinced it was out, and that's fine. They can do that, but just have to be a tad careful, otherwise it ends up costing you a little bit of cash at the end of the game as well. Stokes is in. 46 without loss. Been a brilliant start from Worcestershire. Roderick in behind that one. He's got 31 from 44 balls, so he's going at a decent lick. Do you get many questions from the opposition when they come up? Are they trying to lean into your knowledge of the pitch?
It's traditional for the away side to train the afternoon before the
Yeah.
game. Home side train in the morning, away side train in the afternoon. They're always your best friend on that afternoon. Probably won't hear from them again during the game, but the afternoon before the game, everyone is your best friend. They want to know what's going on. Can we have a look at this? Can we have a look at that? What's the moisture content? What's the hardness? How have games gone recently? Would you bat? Would you bowl? And just smile nicely and tell them nothing.
So you ever thrown a white lie in there, or do you just go blank?
No, I never lie.
I know
Never
you
lie.
wouldn't. I know you
Comes
wouldn't.
back and haunts you.
Push to cover for no run.
You
Yes.
can bend the truth a little bit.
Oh yeah, you can. Which is a very different thing, Vic,
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Yes, if ever there is a time that you want a favour from a visiting coach, it's that afternoon before the game then, Vic, you need to ask.
Absolutely it is.
First
yeah.
morning,
Yeah.
second morning, no chance.
Normally by about half an hour through the first morning, I'm the last person they want to talk to.
I don't know, they had a decent first morning, Worcestershire. Is Stokes.
Ooh,
and
that's
that
a good shot.
could have gone anywhere. He was trying to punch it through backward point. What he's ended up doing, Gareth Roderick, is getting an inside edge. It's missed the stumps. You can see Stokes head on hand. It's brought up the Worcestershire 50 in decent time as well, because it's run away to the fine leg boundary. There's a fielder down at long leg. It's young Mr. Hogg, the sub-fielder. On for Dave Beddingham.
Long way away from his body there, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, so Ash Thorpe and I were talking about this, these cliches like the bowler won't mind that. Like, the bowler very much will mind that. He's just gone for a boundary off an inside edge. But I see what people are saying. more defensive there. And Rick is Stokes as the fielding off his own bowling, chucks it straight to Matthew Potts. Great to see Matthew Potts in the Test squad. Vic.
Yeah, it's he's been there and thereabouts for a couple of years, hasn't he? And he's never let England down when he's played for them, as far as I'm concerned. Good to see him coming in, and hopefully he gets a chance.
Push towards mid-off to end the over. 13 gone. Worcestershire exactly 50 without loss. I say that as if they could be sort of 50.1 or 50.2, which is impossible. They are exactly 50. They need 181 to win this game. Wouldn't it be some victory? But I still think there's plenty of twists and turns left. Get in touch with Ben and I. We'll have a look at the YouTube comments. You can also email us as well, and email any questions in for Vic. I've picked his brains. He's always got plenty to say of interest, Vic. I thoroughly enjoy you coming on. I'm learning as well, because I will now go on to my other games in different counties and pretend I know a little bit about pitches and heavy rollers.
Well, that's good. That's what it's all about, sharing our...
Ooh, big swing and a miss again from Peter Siddle's bowling.
It's all about sharing our passion and our interest for what we do, and I equally learn a heck of a lot from coming up here and listening to you guys when you're interviewing the likes of Will yesterday.
He was good yesterday, wasn't he? He was good.
There's so much more goes on in the game than we actually realise.
Siddle, good delivery there again. 8th dot ball in a row for him. As we said earlier, he might be playing one of his final games in English county cricket as well. Coming out to 40 years of age.
He's had a few counties, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
Well, can you name him? Ash Thorpe did really well with this, Vic. Go on.
Well, I know that he's played at Notts because he was there when I was there.
Yeah, you got one.
Essex.
2.
Did he ever go at Somerset?
He did.
He did. 3. I wish I had a sound effect where we could just go, like a little bing every time he gets one. We'll get Ben Fitzpatrick to do it, right? So everyone now Vic gets. You have to do.
How many more is there?
Oh, now you're testing me. 2 more, I think.
There's 2 more.
Well, there's one obvious one.
Oh, Durham.
Bling.
So there's
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
so there's one more. One more. Who else did he play for?
This is the toughie.
Let me think about that.
No, you can have a little bit of time.
Give me a couple of overs and I'll think about that.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, that's a horrible shot.
Another big swing and a miss. Well, expansive was a word that Sam Dowling used earlier in the day. I think optimistic might be the one there to use on Jake Libby's shot attempt.
Uncharacteristic as well for Jake.
Yes, that'd be a better
Did he play
word.
at Lancashire?
Ding!
There we go.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, full
Where
house.
did that one come from?
Full house. Only a couple of games as well.
My son will be very impressed. My son always listens, and he will be hugely impressed with that.
4 games for Lancs.
4 games for Lancs. In which year?
The year of.
Without Google.
Oh, wow. Well, you tell me without Google.
No idea. I just pulled that one out of the air.
Must be in there somewhere. The year of, I think just before Essex. But I'm going to find out.
So that would have been about 2016, 17?
That's where I was guessing, but it might be earlier.
He played
Yeah,
at
15.
Notts.
2015. It was between Notts and Essex.
So he played at Notts in 14.
Yeah, 15 at Lancs just for a short spell. Was that an Ashes year? No, it wasn't an Ashes summer, was it?
No, 13 was Ashes.
As Peter Siddle concludes a 2nd consecutive maiden over. 12 dot balls in a row for Peter Siddle. So we remain 54 none.
I'm going to work out Peter Siddle's record in the county championship as well. There's probably an easier way of me doing it than the way I'm currently doing it. But I like to set myself a little challenge. As we break for drinks here at the Seat Unique Riverside. with Worcestershire still exactly 50 without loss, in pursuit of 231 for victory. So a few questions for Durham to ask themselves and to try and find answers to, Vic.
Yeah, I think here what would be really useful is if we could just bowl a few maidens, stop this flow of runs. At the moment, the batsmen are fairly happy. Runs are coming fairly easily, and if we could just stop that happening, they might then have to do something a little bit different.
So here's Stokes in for his third over, 2 overs, 0 for 10 thus far. He'll be desperate, always desperate to win games of cricket, as all these Durham lads are. They'll feel they're still very much in this. They are very much in it. Peter Siddle has 201 wickets in the county championship. For those 5 different counties, I'll work out his average shortly. Some bigger numbers to add together there, though, for me. Or short ball. Roderick pulls it. Doesn't get all of it, though, so fielded down at fine leg by, well done Hoggy is the shout from the Durham fielders. Daniel Hogg, young England under 19 prospect. Big lad, Daniel Hogg. Which is the worst bowlers, Vic, for your pitch, for your footmarks?
The worst I've ever experienced is Jack Callis.
Right.
Jack Callis, he was heavy.
I was going to say you wouldn't put him on the heavy roller as well, would you?
Oh, he was heavy-footed. Mind you, having said that, the first innings of this match, Ben dug a huge hole. Ben Stokes dug a huge hole at this Finkel end.
What do you think when you see the bowlers, when they did the footmark thing, and because a couple of them really went at it at the front line, didn't they?
This is... it's a question which... so many groundsmen get so frustrated whenever anybody scratches, whether the slips scratch their position, the bowlers scratch their run-up mark, the wicket-keeper scratches behind the stumps, and so many groundsmen go absolutely berserk. What's this bloke scratching at my ground for? And my view is that our job is to prepare the pitch and then repair it after the game. We make the playing surface for the players to play on. What they do when they're out there, that's down to them. So it never really frustrates me at all. But some groundsmen get very irate about it, I can assure you.
I like your attitude to it, Vic, actually.
You've got to be a bit laid back. It's like reading all this stuff on social media. You can, if you were a warrior, you could.
Ooh. Good bit of backing up there.
You can get yourself so wound up about what people say and what people do, and no one else is bothered about it. Why get so concerned about it?
I think that's the best attitude to have. Stokes is in. That's a bouncer. And that is a brilliant take from Ollie Robinson. I thought that was about to go for 4 byes. And Ollie Robinson has leapt like the proverbial freshwater fish and plucked it to save a boundary.
I thought that was a bouncer going for 4 wides.
I certainly did, yeah. I certainly did. Well, wicketkeepers don't ever get. There's always byes in
That's
in
true.
This
Yeah, there's been a few harsh ones in this game. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. There was one Roderick, wasn't it? Way down.
Yeah.
It didn't even pitch on the same strip down the leg side. Okay, so Jack Callis is your main candidate.
Yeah, Jack Callis. He did dig a big hole.
He looks much more svelte now that he's finished playing, actually, than he did in his playing days.
Mind the spinners can be barred as well.
Oh, that's a big shout again, but then that one was a little quieter to tail off and a little quicker. And Siddle trots back to his mark
That one did look as if it was sliding down the leg side. The other one looked as if it was going under middle and leg.
Well, they'll want one of these appeals to cause a little bit of doubt in the umpire's mind now, with Roderick on 37 unbeaten. Libby at the other end at 14, supporting him well. Siddle comes in. Driven. Might be half chance, but quick on his toes there was Roderick to run through. Just for the one, and that ends the run of what was 13 consecutive dot balls for Peter Siddle.
Some bowler, some record. Needs to find something here, though, I think. I think if they get one, the energy will just go up. Just need a little bit of spark here, Durham. Still got 40 minutes till lunch. I think we're still on a 1 o'clock lunch. I never know. It changes around. We've got extra overs, but I think we just keep the session times the same and just potentially play a little bit later, which will take some doing, because I think that first day, Vic, was about as long a day as we've ever had.
That first day, was it practically 8 o'clock when we finished? And yeah, that was a long day, long hard day. Although yesterday wasn't too easy, pulling covers on and off 3 or 4 times. That's never pleasurable.
Yes, those must be, I mean, they're frustrating days for players, but for ground staff, you're constantly switched on a day like that.
Yeah, and it gets hard work. When the sheets are full of water, that's when it gets really hard work. Those sheets get heavy.
So just 2 more to come now from this Peter Siddle over. Can he work his magic? Edge just short and through the legs, I think, in fact, of Alex Lees. The chase goes on. And it's recovered as Libby runs back for 2. There's another one that just sort of didn't quite carry, and Lees misjudged getting in front of it, and it went straight through his legs, that third slit.
So those chats that we all see, right, in a rain delay, the umpires wander out sometimes with an umbrella, and they go and meet the ground staff in the centre. Come back to it after this ball.
Defended in front, no run. End of the over, just the 3 from it. 56 for none, Worcestershire in their second innings.
What's being said in those chats? Are they asking you for your input? Are they asking you for what you think the forecast is, knowing the conditions and where the weather's coming from? What's happening?
Yeah, they tend to ask more sort of, how long do you think it will take to get these sheets off, get the area mopped up, get the field ready for play, so that they can then go back and tell the players, look, we're starting at 1 o'clock or whatever, and because the players always need to warm up, then we have to factor in, normally after rain they're going to want a rope taken around the field to knock any water off the top of the leaf. So there are a few things that come into it, but normally it's around sort of amount of time that it's going to take to get the game back on.
Oh, Stokes is in, his body short ball, it's been given.
He's
Gareth
out.
Roddick on the pull, it was tight to his body, he's got a little tickle behind to Ollie Robinson, who gets a big hug from his teammate Ben Stokes. Pats and smiles all round, because Durham really needed that one. Worcestershire had moved on to 56 without loss, so now 56 for 1. Gareth Roddick has to go for 38.
Yeah, it's quite interesting actually, because just before the start of this over, Ollie Robinson came over to the Lumley end and had a little bit of a conversation with Ben Stokes. So I wonder if that was a little plan, if we were going to go, okay, I'm going to go high here. I'm going to try and force Roderick to reach a little bit. That outside edge is felt for. I need you to leap like you've never leapt before. And Ollie Robinson has done exactly that. And his opposing number, wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, has to walk back into the pavilion.
Yeah, Ben Stokes, perhaps that's why he fancied the Lumley end. Just that little bit of extra bounce that we've been seeing, we were talking about with Vic, because it did for Roderick there. Just hurried him on a little bit, a bit sharper than some of the other bowlers on the county scene. You can see Stokes there on screen, pulls his collar up, back to his work. I suspect we might see him involved and have a big say in this game. He and Peter Siddle are together chatting. We're going to see Kashif Ali out into the middle. Love watching a bit of Kashif Ali play. Wonderful story. 55 he made in the first innings. He'll play his shots. He'll batter. Well, Jake Libby may well drop anchor as he has done. 16 from 41 for him. Kashif Ali, who was not moving so freely at the end of his first knock, seemed to be in a bit of pain after fielding. Actually, he was diving around on the square, landed awkwardly on his knee, and it wasn't running particularly freely. He's been all right the last couple of days. Out into the middle, they needed that Vic.
That catch shows the importance of having a proper keeper, doesn't it?
Any frame of reference there for that?
No, none whatsoever.
As Stokes is gesticulating as if he's trying to reel a fish in. I think he's telling long leg to come up. Ali off the mark straight away. With a single. Graham Clark out there does the fielding. But yes, Ollie Robinson has taken the take in the previous over to save 4 byes or 5 wides or whatever it would have been was wonderful. And that's a smart catch from him there. Short ball, bit of extra pace from Stokes. Can't see him coming off before lunch. Another short ball. It's definitely a ploy. Libby takes it on. Daniel Hogg down there does the fielding.
It certainly seems to be why he's chosen that Lumley end to bowl from, getting a little bit of carry up on towards the upper chest net region.
I think actually what he's looking for is that one that stays on the deck. Bowl it short, bottom and middle stump, batsman on the pool.
Yes, he had that. He can experience that. Oh, and that's a well-directed bounce that Kashif Ali ducks underneath and just has a little jump around, gets his eyes going. He's been sat out there watching. It's nowhere near as gloomy as it has been the past couple of days, but it's not exactly glorious and blue. That sunshine is hiding behind some clouds.
I think we had our summer last week.
Yeah. What did we get, 2 days?
2 or 3 days, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's that unorthodox technique from Kashif Ali with that bottom hand almost right around the bat facing the bowler, but it works for him. Beautiful player when he gets going.
Yeah, it was his 55, of course. It was so important for Worcestershire to even get themselves in with any kind of potential answer in with this game as Durham came to bat yesterday in that second innings.
Can't quite turn that one away. End of the over, so really vital one because it brought the first wicket out of Gareth Roderick, falling for 38 to the England Test captain Ben Stokes. Who else, as Jude Bellingham might say. There's another England bowler in action at an outground down at Southport. Jimmy Anderson, 7.5 overs into his work for the season. Vic has got 5 for already.
Really?
Yeah. He's not a bad bowler, that lad.
I bet he's all right.
Notts 5 for 40. Anderson, in fact, has 6 for 9 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 18. It's almost like he's got something he feels like he needs to prove, which is mad given his record, but you know, this is his final test and not necessarily his decision.
It's really funny actually about Southport. I was talking to Mr. O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, yesterday, and I said to him, well, what's Southport like? Him being a Lancastrian, and he's obviously played there. And he said it's a really interesting wicket. If the tide's out, it does nothing, and when the tide comes in, it does everything. And remember years ago they used to say that about Hove as well. Haven't heard it so much recently. So one's assuming that the tide's in at the moment.
Oh, you know what? As soon as you said that, I got on the Google.
It's tucked away off the hips, won't race away for 4. There is a fielder sweeping out there in the form of Ben Rain. Libby will come back though for a second.
High tide this morning was at 8:33 a.m. 8:27 a.m. and it's high tide again tonight at 21:05. So we're short of halfway through the cycle. So the tide is on its way out, but
A bit like Jimmy Anderson.
let's wait for someone to say it.
Chet's
Yes,
gone.
he's
Peter
gone.
Siddle gets his breakthrough, and I tell you what, with the way he's bowled today, it's been deserved. And it's that old adage, 1 wicket brings 2. The second opener goes. Jake Libby walks for 19, and it is now 60 for 2.
Yeah, and well-placed field position as well. Daniel Hogg is a tall man. He's on a sub-fielder. I mean, he's taken it. I'd like to have another quick look at it, but he's taken it at a comfortable height for him. But maybe for another fielder, that might have been a more difficult catch. He has made it look very easy. Drilled at him, and that's a huge wicket. Jake Libby has been the stalwart of this Worcestershire batting side for so many years. And he has to go for just 19, which by his standards is a relative failure. He averages 50 for Worcestershire and red ball cricket. Suddenly, Scott Borthwick and co are all smiles again. How quickly this game turns.
It's a whole different complexion now, isn't it? The bowler's a cock-a-hoop, the fielder's a chipper, a lot more pressure on the batters, 2 new batters in. They're thinking the wicket's not good. Yeah, it's going to be hard work for them. Really interesting session up till lunch now.
Yeah, we've got 27 minutes towards what would be sort of your typical advertised lunch break if we are under the assumption we're still playing to the 1 o'clock lunchtime break. And my initial thought going into this session as Worcestershire were getting themselves going and Gareth Roderick was seeing the ball quite freely, it looked like, was if Durham can get 2 down before the lunch break, they'll go into lunch with their tails up again. That's now happened, and maybe the conversation as Rob Jones strides out to the crease and is ready to face Siddle is maybe could we sneak a 3rd?
You're now looking at 4 or 5, aren't you?
Siddle thinking exactly that as well, right on the money with the first ball to Jones.
It seems the short ball is what they're looking for, isn't it? 2 wickets with short balls. Maybe that's the way they're attacking.
Rob Jones scored 15 in the first innings, and funnily enough, it was this man that got his wicket in that innings as well. Can he do it again?
Got a lot of time for Rob Jones. Had a quick chat to him on his way over to the nets this morning because I was asking about Bunbury Cricket Club, a little club near where I live that I think his old man played at for a couple of years. I said, "Oh, you've played a few games down there." He went, "Oh yeah, didn't expect anyone to mention that to me this morning." Yeah, nice chap. Great to see him moving to get regular first team cricket and getting it as well down at Worcestershire. I think he just scored a first class 100, hadn't he, when he was then announced full lengths when it was announced he'd be leaving.
It's another fuller ball just defended to Stokes, and that is the end of an over. Much like Stokes' one before, an important over, 2 runs and a wicket off of it. Worcestershire now 60 for 2.
Made 90 in the game against Nottinghamshire. He's been an ever-present and just hasn't quite got going other than that. A couple of 30s, 39, 32, 37. This would be a brilliant time if you're a Worcestershire fan for Rob Jones to register. Maybe not 100, but another big score. Because on this pitch, I think the 60, 70, 80 is probably worth 90, 100. It's hard going. Low scoring game. Sun's out. Durham are smiling. Sam Dalling and Ben Fitzpatrick alongside Chief of Ground Staff, Vic. I'm going to promote you to Chief, I think.
That's very kind of you.
No, you're welcome. Always giving. Stokes is in. Short ball. Feels like it's a little bit of a ploy to Kashif Ali. Will he take on the hook shot? They did this to Kashif Ali in the first innings, didn't they? They just said, go on then. Players out. So there's a deep backward square, a long leg, and almost a deep backward point for the top edge pull shot. Kashif Ali's wrist positions lend him to be lend themselves, I think is what I was looking for there, to him playing square of the wicket off the back foot. He's going to get a few opportunities, I feel.
Ooh, there is that Lowy.
Scott Borthwick just got a pebble in his shoe. He's been on the beach in those. What happens post game, Vic? What's your and your team's work immediate priorities?
Big clear up of everything. We're changing over for a white ball game on Friday evening, so it's changed round of all the sight screens. Boundary have to go out and then come back in again for Friday. Getting the outfield cut up and prepared. Probably get some water into the outfield as well. It's amazing how much a 3 or 4 day game does tend to dry the field out, even in these conditions. So there's quite a lot to be done before Friday evening's game.
Yes, the work never stops. No such thing as a day off then with
well,
an
actually, I said to the lads this morning, whatever happens, we are having this weekend off, Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, glorious.
Wow.
We have to.
You deserve it.
We've had a pretty hard 3 or 4 weeks, and everybody needs a bit of time back and a bit of relaxation, and then come back in hopefully refreshed on Monday and start again with 2 T20s in that week.
How will you spend your weekend? Mowing grass at home? Did you manage to switch off from it?
Hopefully not.
Just a quick update from our scorer, William Dobson, who's kindly let us know lunch will be at 1:10. So we've still got half an hour to go until lunch. Tea will be at 4 o'clock.
Hopefully that will work in Durham's favour, an extra 10 minutes. Maybe it could be 6 or 7 instead of 4 or 5.
You're definitely a glass half full man, aren't you, Vic? I like your optimism. Ben Stokes charging in. He wouldn't mind it being 6 or 7. Peters, I mean, you look at this, the change of bowling here, 10 overs now, or 1 ball short of 10 overs of Stokes and Siddle. 2 for 28 between them. Because Worcestershire were going along all right. After 10 overs, they had 40 on the board. They were going at 4s. Let's load this right up. There's that bouncer. Rob Jones ducks underneath it. 61 for 2 Worcestershire, 170 runs to win. Still got half an hour or so before lunch.
Don't think we'll be seeing much spin.
No. Well, it's very rare. I mean, you'll have chatted to Ryan Campbell a fair bit, Vic. And he was saying to me this is the first time that he's left a frontline spinner. And Scott Borthwick has bowled spin in test matches. Colin Ackerman is a world record holding T20 bowler. But with respect, Callum Parkinson is the frontline spinner in the Durham side, and he hasn't left him out at home for his entire reign.
No, that's true. His plan was to always play a spinner. He said that the first time I spoke to him. His plan would be to always play a spinner in a balanced attack.
Siddle resuming his work into his 6th over. As Ali wanted to try and just push and run, but Rob Jones was having none of it.
I'm going to start a petition right now.
Okay.
Peter Siddle should not be retiring from first class cricket.
I will be the first signature on that petition.
He's way too good, isn't he?
He's amazing.
He's as fit as he's ever been as well.
That had some lovely shape.
I should say, I don't think it's been officially confirmed that he's retiring. It's more of an assumption. He's started to coach the twos over at Victoria, back at Victoria now, I think. He was on had a chat with Kevin Howells where he mentioned, I think it might be his last stint across in England. But you never know. He didn't think he was coming this summer, and then Ryan Campbell and Marcus North gave him a call when he was he in Dubai or Abu Dhabi?
I think so. I think it was the United Arab Emirates sort of region and territories. Here comes Siddle again. Bit of width and timed nicely in between the gap. The chase is on, and they will prevent from going for 4. There's going to be a 3rd run picked up here as well. That's good running from Cashifali and Rob Jones.
Whenever I hear the chase is on, my head immediately goes to the Spice Girls. It's just, I can't help it. The
Really?
jukebox in my head, yeah, because it's chase is on to get out of the bottom.
Oh, okay.
The top is high. And Vic is nodding along. He knows the lyrics.
70s for me. Yeah. Funnily enough, I love music. Music is my first love.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it?
Live music, you can't beat it.
Oof. Bit of a bottom edge there.
So you've had some decent artists on up here as well over the years. You must enjoy that, but probably find it a little bit challenging from a ground staff perspective.
I love the concerts.
Yeah.
Love the concerts up here, whoever it may be. Some of the other members of the team are not so so happy about it, but
Who have you had on up here then in the last few years?
We've had
Rod Stewart?
Yeah, Rod Stewart a couple of times. Madness, Simple Minds. We have had Brian Adams, Little Mix.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
Good
yeah.
Yorker, and that's a good dive there from Matty Potts to stop that from going for 4.
Chrissy Hind and the Pretenders. Trying to think who else we've had. Yes, we had. What was her name? Diana Ross.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. God, she was in a right mood when she came.
I won't probe any further.
Diana Ross is known for these huge frocks and very elaborate stage show. She came out in a lumberjack's jacket and boots because it wasn't the nicest of nights, but I think it's probably the only time she's ever played without having a sparkly frock on.
End of the over, just the 4 from it. Worcestershire 65 for 2 to win. I believe that is a 166 required.
The club have also had dear old Elton John, which was before I got here, and Tom Jones as well.
Yes, remember Tom Jones being up here.
Didn't they have one of the boy bands as well? Boyzone, was it?
Oh, big Boyzone fan.
Or was it Westlife? One or the other.
Less of a Westlife fan.
Again, before I came here. Yeah, but no, I love the concerts.
But presumably challenging from your perspective, the outfield and...
Yeah, it can be. Again, it very much depends on the weather. I mean, I was going to say we're fortunate in a way, maybe we're not. If you look at Old Trafford, when they have concerts, and they've just recently had 2 or 3, they get 50,000 people in.
Myself included, saw the Foo Fighters and Green Day.
Really?
Lovely, yeah.
Really?
Stokes just setting his field. Goes for the fuller one, the double bluff. Jones has just got 1. Cashifali's got 5. Big period of the game this half an hour before lunch. It's a cliche, isn't it? There's always big periods. This feels like a big one, though. Short leg is in, deep square leg, long leg, 3 slips.
Yeah, we're kind of past the point of the sort of who blinks first situation. Now it's more who blinks last before lunch.
Foo Fighters were very good live.
Were they?
Yeah.
I saw them at Leeds Festival in 2019. Absolutely incredible. Very jealous of the Green Day, though.
Short ball, ducked underneath it there by Rob Jones. Good pace from Stokes. He'll keep coming. There's 1 for the over. Ben Stokes maybe doesn't like that call. I don't know. What was he doing there? Anyway, 1 short for the over. Green Day, I'm not a massive Green Day fan. I don't listen to their music. but I have seen them live 3 times because they just put on a brilliant show. They got some bangers.
That's the key, isn't it? Is live performance.
Yeah, nothing.
You can't beat it. I mean, to be able to, as a performer,
Cut straight to backward point on the ground. Bastelet does the fielding, no run.
I can only imagine. I mean, sometimes when the concerts are on here, I come out early in the morning, and I'll go and stand on the stage there, and look out across it. And you can only imagine being a performer on that stage, and say some of these big concerts like Old Trafford having 50,000 people in, and every one of them is probably a fan of yours and is hanging on everything. You could sing any rubbish, and the people would love it. I mean, that must be a hell of a buzz.
Yeah, I'm with you. As much as I love my sport, if I'm daydreaming, it's often about being up there, singing, controlling a crowd, just being able to make them do what you want, basically. Oh, he's got him! Ben Stokes, that's an absolute beauty. They set him up with a couple of short deliveries. You could hear by the reaction in here. Off stump, which I've said a couple of times, it's beautiful how the stumps have just been lightly placed in the ground because we've seen them cartwheeling a few times. That's a wonderful sight if you are a Durham fan. Not such a pretty sight if you're a Worcestershire fan. Rob Jones trudges off for one. He was maybe hanging on that back foot because Stokes has set him up with a couple of bouncers, short leg in, long leg, fine leg. That one, it's just too good for him from Ben Stokes. Hit the top of off stump and you will be in the game. Stokes is in the game. He's got a couple of wickets. Worcestershire 65 for free.
Well, there you go. There is that instance of who blinks last, and it's Worcestershire there. I mean, continuous credit. That was just a beautiful delivery. Brilliant nut from Ben Stokes to send that stump cartwheeling away. Just Sam Dalling pulling it back for us here.
Key to getting the stumps popping out of the ground like that is fill the holes with water.
Okay.
Every break we fill the holes with water. Stops the stumps from snapping, but also lovely to see the stumps cartwheeling.
It's great. It really is. We've seen it a few times. Peter Siddle was pointing at one the other day that he had the stumps cartwheeling. Just looking at that replay, that one is a beauty from Ben. So just changes shape just slightly, and Peter Jones looks up at Ben Stokes, gives him a slight nod, and then turns away. Batter can appreciate a good delivery. And we talked about this being a crucial period of the game. Well, Durham picked up a wicket, and it's brought Adam Hose out to the middle. Tall man, so a short ball might not be a bad ploy to him. He tends to score quickly, Adam Hose. Wonderful player. The issue he's had in his career is finding a regular spot in a red ball team. He left Somerset to go to Warwickshire for that reason. He's come down to Worcestershire now to play some red ball cricket. He's got a chance to build an innings here. 166 required. There is that short ball and Ollie Robinson leaps down the leg side. Brilliant take from him. A couple of the slip fielders thought about going up for half a second. Maybe it flicked a pad or an arm. Bowler wasn't interested. Ben Stokes looks fit and firing. Big smile on his face.
Just to finish on the concert thing.
Oh, yeah.
Last year we had 2 concerts. We had Rod Stewart and we had The Who. When it was announced The Who were coming here, I've always wanted to see The Who, and I've never seen them. And I thought, this is terrific. They're coming to play in my back garden. And I was so looking forward to The Who, seeing them.
Oh, no. No.
And I spent the night in hospital.
Oh. Vic Domain.
I spent the night in hospital, and I missed The Who, and people were sending me it through on the phone, and I was so annoyed.
Oh no! We need to get them back. We need to get Vic.
I think you'll struggle to get The Who back now.
Well, that can be our second petition that we start launching.
Unfortunately, most of my favourite bands now the band members are either in wheelchairs or on sticks or sadly passed away.
Yes, that's true.
Although I would love to see the Rolling Stones here.
The Rolling Stones would be incredible.
I've seen them live.
Have you really?
Yeah, in London. They were brilliant. It was 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, yeah, they were good. They were good. It's just a brilliant show.
Bowling change here from the Finkel end. Matty Potts is going to replace Peter Siddle after his 6 overs of work, which included 2 maidens, back-to-back, mind you. So Potts is going to have a little bit of a nibble before lunch. 20 minutes to go. And 3 wickets down. That's a lovely shot there from Kashifali. Just guided out of the reach of third slip, agonisingly from a Durham defensive point of view. But for Kashifali, that is exactly the kind of timing that you want to be showing, especially at a crucial time like this going into lunch. Vic said...
Big spell in the game, this, I think. Big... Matthew comes through with a good spell here and can nip a wicket or two. Be absolutely crucial.
Kashifali wants one, and they will get one as well. That's lovely soft hands from the man at the striker's end. Because Worcestershire on 70 for 3, 161 runs still required to win. Plenty of play left in the day. As that means that Adam Howes is going to get his first look striking from this end. Forward immediately and wanted to go, but was sent pretty quickly backwards by Kashifali, and he'll want to get going in this innings because he was bowled for a duck in the first innings by Peter Siddle. Placed just 6 deliveries. And they'll need one of these two at the very least, Worcestershire, to bat him for a long time, probably ideally for the rest of the day. That's Howes defends.
Made 64 in the second innings down at Surrey. Got a 90 already as well this season. So he's done okay. He's done okay, Adam Howes.
Comes down to a question now of who wants to win this game, isn't it? Who wants to spend the time out there, bat for time, take a few hits.
The loss of Libby was massive, I think, because Libby could bat all day.
So again, the Durham fielders are lively. They're vocal, applauding and cheering and jeering every single delivery that's coming from the hand of Matty Potts right now.
The funny thing is that it doesn't seem to be that much happening off the pitch, does it, this morning? And we've seen precious little stay down or jump. Not a great deal of sidewards movement, but it's that pressure from the bowlers and the fielders which has got Durham into a reasonable position.
Good leave. Confident leave there from Adam Howes as it ends the over. 5 runs off of it. Worcestershire 70 for 3. Still 161 required to win this game.
Yeah, and how quickly it changes. They were 56 without loss, and you're thinking Durham heads are just starting to drop. They'd have known that one brings them back into it, but you can't help it. There's a fielding side out there. Batters are going along nicely. They're ticking off little milestones. Then Ben Stokes comes on. Changes it. A little bit of magic from Stokes. Wicket for Siddle too.
Seems to be a bit of extra effort going in now, doesn't there? That's not to say that the effort wasn't going in at the start, but it just seems that they're asking a few more questions now.
Kashifali's got 10. Stokes, every ball is an effort ball. You can hear the groan. That one's flicked up over the fielder. Under the helmet is Graham Clark.
Was that close to the short leg? I mean, difficult catch,
yeah.
but...
I'm not telling Graham Clark that's a missed opportunity.
No, I don't think it was. I was just thinking from a batsman's point of view how close it was to the short square there. It's going at a good rate. You're not going to catch those.
Howes waits. Leaves it alone. Good zip though. You can see how quickly that whistles through to Ollie Robertson. Still 161 required here. fascinating contest this has been so far. Surrey and Essex, the top two, are currently in action. Remember, I'm not sure. I'll just check, see if they're back on. Somerset aren't going to win their game against Warwickshire, you wouldn't imagine. This is a chance for Durham to make up some ground if they can push for a victory here. They are pushing. A drive, an inside edge onto the pads, and then a bit of a... You can just feel that Worcestershire know they're under a bit of pressure here, these two. They just... And the problem is... Not a problem, but... Adam Hose is turning 32 this year, but he's only played, I think this is his 40th first-class game, so not a lot of experience out there. Kashi Valley's in his first season as a pro. Brilliant story, Kashi Valley. A story of how you should never give up. But he's played just a handful of first-class games. You've got Stokes, Siddle, and Potts and Rain coming in at you.
There's a lot of pressure on them both at the moment. They've been asked a number of questions. And, they'll do well to come out of this, that's for sure.
Just get to lunch, must be their message surely. 14 minutes now, so what are we? 13 minutes, just ticked over. 2 balls left in this over, so we might get a couple more, maybe 3, if at a push. Couple of Potts overs and an over from Stokes after this one. Worcestershire need to be 3 down at lunch, I feel. No ball from Ben Stokes, so a couple of extra runs, admonishes himself, slightly overstepping. I suspect he might mark that front foot line on the pitch at the end of the over.
Well, as you were saying about teams at lunch and
Oh,
Surrey and Essex are at lunch.
Have they played at all this morning?
I don't believe that they have. I think that might be an early lunch that's been taken. In fact, it looks like there has been a little bit of play.
You lied to me.
I did. I apologise for that.
Short ball, a very short ball. That's wonderful. It's a no ball again. Ollie Robinson. I mean, he's not a tall man, but that's almost double his height where he's taken that. Absolutely exceptional. Ben Stokes just putting in for his paces behind the stumps. That's a great take.
That's an incredible leap.
He saved at least eight runs this morning, hasn't he, alone? And in a low-scoring game, that could be absolutely crucial. And taking a blinding catch.
Solid from Hose. 75 for free. What does a lunchtime entail at this stage in the game then, Vic? Is it just a bit of general sweeping and tidying, for want of better words? You can't do
Yeah, just tidy the pitch up, sweep any dust or rubbish that's come off the bowler's boots and that sort of thing. Sweep that up, remark the lines. Very important to water the stump holes. And,
Driven, nice shot from Adam Hose. Was a half volley, it was there to be hit. But he has put it away, and even though the outfield is slowing up a tad, Ben Stokes throws his head to the heavens. It's 4 runs to Adam Hose, who feel a little bit better about life. A nice way to get off the mark. 79 for free. Why might an outfield slow up then as the day goes on, Vic?
I've no idea really. I mean, the outfield was cut this morning, so you would imagine that if anything, it would have increased in speed from yesterday. Whether there's any sort of the atmospheric pressures causing any dampness, I don't know. We did have 3 mil of rain overnight, so that might still be sort of close to the surface, just pulling the ball in a little bit.
Bouncer from Potts. Kashi Valley does well to pull the bat out of the way, and that is the one for the over as well. Signal by the umpire.
And last week, when we had those couple of dry days, it was lightning fast. We had the Ladies International here last Wednesday, and the outfield was just so quick.
Potts in again, defended, just pushed out towards the offside. It'll be 1 run. Moves Cashifali up to 12. Adam Ho's still on 4, just that boundary, the last ball, the Stokes over to his name thus far. We're 10 minutes away from the advertised lunch break. Make that 9 as it's just ticked over to a minute past 3 local time. As Potts comes in. Tries the drive there from Hose. Had good shape on it, body-wise, but just couldn't get it past Graham Clark at cover. Been a very, very competitive morning from both teams so far. Who's going to smile at the end of it, though?
This is a real fascinating, really fascinating period of play. You basically got a test bowling attack here. You've got 2 test bowlers right this time next week. Is it the week after? When do we start? In about 10 days' time, there's every chance these 2 will be bowling at Lords in a test match. That is how difficult a task it is for Cashifali and Adam Hose out there.
This is the beauty of 4-day cricket, isn't it? It's proper tough cricket. Questions being asked.
Lovely shaped bounces being bowled like that as well.
Trying to set the batsman up to make a mistake, and batsman trying to overcome it all.
Stokes is, go on, sorry, Vic.
No, sorry, I was simply going to say, I mean, it doesn't matter whether they score runs or not at the moment. It's occupation of the crease. Just stay in there, get through to lunch. And Durham pressing so hard for that extra wicket or so before lunch.
Oh. Very, very close to it there as well. Third slip was interested for a fraction of a second, but then they stride away. Just the 1 run off that Matty Potts over was to shut 80 for 3.
Oh yeah, it's fascinating. It's a brilliant over from Potts, isn't it? I think we have a result. Sussex have claimed a victory down at Northants. In the last couple of seconds, let me try and find the scorecard for that. I see a big picture of the other Ollie Robinson celebrating. Not in the England Test squad, that Ollie Robinson either.
Yep, Northants bowled out for 220 in their second innings. Sussex won by 63.
Gets in behind that one, Cashifali. Just got to ride out a bit of time here. Just.
They're looking a decent side this year, aren't they, Sussex?
It's really great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you'd probably back them to for a promotion place.
Yeah, John Simpson's gone down there and is leading the side from the front with in terms of runs and skippering it. And they're in a place where those young lads, where 4 or 5 years ago we're thinking, oh, they're just a team full of not even late teens, kind of mid to late teens, 16, 17. Short ball, ducks underneath it, Cashifali. Ends up kind of running away, ducking. I don't know how easy it is to pick up out there. And now they're players that have played a fair bit of cricket. So people like Haynes, Allsop, Coles, Carter in that middle order. Allsop they got from Hampshire, he's a good player. And the experience, Hudson Prentice, Simpson, McAndrew's been a good signing. But they got Jack Carson Hunt. So Carson Hunt, Carter, Coles, Haynes are all lads that a couple of years ago they're thinking, oh, we've not heard of any of these Sussex players. Bit of patience.
Pleased for Paul Farbrace as well. He's a good guy. He's one of cricket's top guys.
Nathan McAndrew picking up 5 for. Couple of wickets for Sean Hunt as well. Left arm seamer. Everyone's always interested in a left arm seamer. Yeah, just I've done a few. They're good in T20 again as well this season, Sussex. They went to the Oval and beat them comprehensively. I was doing that game. Drop and run. This is good. No ball again. So 3 more off the total. So below 150 to win now. Just those little milestones. And that's it. You were saying, Vic. If you bat time, at worst, you're probably going to pick. If you bat for 40 overs, you're going to pick up 2 and over.
That's what it's all about. It's just batting time. Who wants to be out there? Who wants to win the game?
And it won't be thrilling in the sense that it's not a boundary or 2 and over, but the crowd, you can see how tense it is and how people are very much into it. And if Worcestershire bat for the rest of the day, they'll win the game. And it's a big ask from here, that. But they don't need to be in any hurry. The required rate is up there. 0.9 runs and over. So it goes Fuller. He's turned it to mid-on just for a single. Spectators allowed on the pitch here in the interval, Vic? I can't remember.
I don't think they are. I think that's, from my point of view, I think that's a huge shame. I love to see spectators come on the field, play their little games of cricket around the outside. I think this all came about after COVID. Now, for me, there's nothing better than being allowed on. I'm not in favour of it. I can see sometimes it can be dangerous because quite often during the interval you'll get the players out there and they'll be doing a bit of practicing. Those who maybe aren't in the game will be bowling, and there can be occasion when balls are flying around. And I particularly wouldn't want spectators out there during a T20 interval. But we often used to get the old boy come walking out there and have a look at the pitch and make a few comments and ask a few questions. And I think it's a shame that no longer happens.
Yeah, we see it at some grounds. You always see pictures on social media. It's lovely, and people gather around. They love to have a look at the pitch. Stokes, 1 ball left of what's been an 8-over spell. I don't think he'll get another one before lunch. May well recharge his batteries and come straight back out afterwards bowling. Fuller to Ali. It's a decent one as well. It's kept out. 84 for free. 25 overs gone in this Worcestershire second innings. Let's have a look and see what is going on around the grounds just before we go to lunch. Warwickshire are bat again. Somerset managed to avoid the follow-on there, so Warwickshire 25 without loss, 153 run lead. So you'd imagine that'll be a case of Warwickshire thinking, right, do we push for the win here? At what point do we say enough is enough? Stick Somerset back in. Due to go back out there at 125 at the Oval. Notts, well, they've steadied a little bit. They're 68 for 6, and it sounds slightly weird to say they've steadied, but they were 40 for 6, they were 35 for 4. Ben Slater, the opener, is still there, 37, unbeaten. Jimmy Anderson has 6 for 19 from 10 overs. Never write him off.
Edge just drops down to first slip with a bounce. They'd love 1 more wicket at least here before the lunch break. This, you'd have to imagine, will be, as it just ticks over to 9 minutes past 1. This should be the last over before lunch. I don't think neither side will be too displeased as Potts comes in. Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
Potts is bowling beautifully here.
He's bowling fantastically. Just 3 overs so far. They've gone for 5, but considering that's his most expensive total that he's gone for in a single over in this second innings, and he's now into his 7th over of work. 19 for none off 6.2, going at exactly 3 runs and over. Certainly showing those England call-up colours.
Well, whatever happens, this is going to be a fascinating afternoon, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Will be.
Well, you'll be watching, Vic. But you can get your deck chair out. I saw you put your deck chair away the other day. It was too cold even for you.
No, it's not been great. I should probably be tucked inside the score box, actually. My good friend John will be making me endless cups of tea.
Potts goes the bouncer. Calmly ducked underneath by Adam
No ball?
Hose. It's been awarded no ball. It has indeed. Good eyes there, Vic. So judged a bit too high there.
Scorers haven't seen it. They have now.
Scorers. I don't think they shout at them anymore. I think they've probably got a radio. Yeah, it's interesting to see what different scorers use to acknowledge. Some have like a desktop lamp that they use to flick on and off.
Oof. Ollie Robertson can't quite save that one. Won't go to the rope.
He saved 3 though, hasn't he?
He has.
Important fingertip, that.
It's been put down as just the bite.
Yeah, I mean, that's how much it's moved and bounced. If Ollie Robinson can only get a fingertip on it, because he's been fantastic. Fantastic behind the stumps today.
He has kept incredibly cleanly. In comes Potts again. 2 to come. 3 slips. Go short again.
I don't mind it as a ploy. There's been a few that are just a little bit wasteful, and you expend a lot of energy bowling those short balls. Okay, they've got the field set. You need to be making the batter at least have to sway out the way of it.
Yeah, a couple have just gotten away from them, haven't they?
Maybe setting something up for this final ball.
What would you bowl?
Full Yorker.
Man after my heart. Here comes Potts.
Oh.
Oh, it wasn't a Yorker.
That's why he's bowling for England and I never did.
But it was a wonderful delivery to finish off the over and finish the first morning session, and the morning session here on day 3. Lots happened. Durham were dismissed for their final wicket in about 10-15 minutes at the start of the day's play. And Worcestershire come in. Looked like we're going to bat quite resolutely as well with Gareth Roderick and Jake Libby. But Roderick was the first to fall, and then in that space, 3 wickets fell for just 9 runs. Roderick, Libby and Jones all departing. Kashi Valley has come in somewhat steady the ship since then, and it leaves Worcestershire 87 for 3, requiring 144 runs to win as we go into lunch. Sam Dowling.
Yeah, I'd say Durham noses in front. We've got to keep an eye on those clouds as well. It's almost like a Death Star, isn't it, out there? A little bit of rain forecast for after lunch. Durham noses in front, but it's going to be a fascinating afternoon. Victor Main, thank you so much for your time again.
Lovely to spend a fantastic session of cricket up here with you guys, or part of it. And yeah, let's hope we don't get that rain this afternoon and we can see this game through to a conclusion one way or the other.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Brilliant to have Vic. Ben and I will be back after lunch. We're going to race upstairs. I've heard rumours that young Sam Blacklock likes to take the wrong food, so we need to go and secure our food before Blacklock gets there. We'll join you again in about 40 minutes' time. So 10 to 2, remember, we finished at 1:10, so slightly changed session times. We'll speak to you then.
Welcome to Durham. I can't imagine you would have thought you'd be back in the Championship so quickly.
No, I didn't. I was planning on this year having a bit of a holiday and sort of just relaxing in the off season. So when the opportunity come up though, obviously very excited and looking forward to it now.
You mentioned it there. Can you describe what the last kind of 48, 72 hours has been like for you from that first sort of knowing that Scott Bowden's been ruled out to then Marcus North kind of making that call?
Yeah, it was obviously really rushed in the end, I think. But yeah, it all ran smoothly. I think obviously Scotty and I being good mates, we were chatting a lot throughout his like little niggle and stuff over the last couple of weeks. So obviously disappointing for him. But yeah, I think just that connection. Obviously I played a lot of cricket with Marcus back for Australia. So I think that friendship there, we've always chatted about potentially coming and playing here one day. And yeah, it's come about now.
You played with Marcus or did you play against him back in Australia?
I played against him in Australia and then played with him for Australia. So we've got a good history together. There were always good battles against him, but it was good fun playing alongside him.
Get him out many times while you were playing against him, or?
I don't know. I can't really remember. I don't think so. I think when I was younger, I wasn't really good against left-handers. Probably not as many as I would have liked.
You mentioned you're excited about the opportunity. If you could pinpoint it down to one thing or one or two things about Durham that made you want to jump at this offer, what were they?
I think obviously initially the connection with Marcus. That's probably always the one. But I think I've played the boys a few times over the years, and it's always been a good bunch of guys, a good group. So I wasn't hesitant about joining this group of guys and playing with them. So I think that was probably the biggest draw was knowing what type of group they were. I think I've been pretty lucky to the counties I've played with over the last little bit have always been similar to that, good groups, and that stood out with this group.
Down at Somerset last year, spent time with Essex as well, and I believe Notts are on that list as well with your previous counties.
Yeah.
Correct there. So you're not exactly a stranger to the county game. How do you think that's going to help you? Do you think there's not going to be as much of an adjusting period coming up now because you've already played in England and you've got used to the Duke's ball?
Yeah, I'm very accustomed to playing here. I think that's the good thing. I love playing here. I enjoy the English conditions and the English grounds around the country. So really looking forward to it. I think there's not much to adjust to, which is good. It's probably more just obviously it's been very short turnaround, but feeling good and looking forward to the next couple of months.
You are coming into a dressing room where I don't mean to bring this up as like an insult, but you are coming in as I think the oldest bowler in the dressing room. First of all, what kind of gives you this still desire to keep on playing at I think 39? Because a lot of other bowlers or players just in general would have decided I've had a good enough career, that's enough for me, but you obviously decided to carry on. What is that passion for you to carry on playing? Yeah, I
think it's just love for red ball. I love playing first class cricket, love bowling the red ball. Obviously it's a bit of stupidity, I reckon. It's obviously there's a lot easier formats to play these days, but I think the challenge of playing red ball cricket, I've still got a desire to play it, and I think that's what keeps me going. And like I said to you earlier, the love for playing in England. I really enjoy my time here, always have, whether it was playing county cricket or even the international tours that I had here. Absolutely loved it. So. It was a pretty easy decision. I stay fit. I'm feeling good. Why not keep playing? And that's been my mindset over the last few years. And touch wood, I've been able to stay fit and continue to play. So just looking forward to this next couple of months now.
Yeah, you mentioned that you enjoy playing in these English conditions. Obviously you're from Australia. What's your favourite thing that you've developed a good taste for when coming over here and playing in England? Would you say?
I think I just love the Duke ball. I think that's what I love the most.
More helpful for the bowlers, is it?
Yeah, not even that. No, there's been plenty of wickets that I've played on that are batter friendly, but I just really enjoy bowling with the Duke ball. It's a lovely ball to bowl with, and like you said, there is opportunities at different stages where it is very bowler friendly, which is enjoyable as a fast bowler. When it's all in your favour. So there's always that side of things, but like I said, English conditions, it's just good fun.
You've had a pretty storied career, very long career. I think everyone knows your Ashes hat trick on your birthday. I'd be remiss to ask you, is that your favourite memory on a cricket field? As an Englishman, this hurts asking this question.
I don't know. It's obviously it's big personal achievement. Yeah, it's obviously my greatest individual achievement whilst playing. But I think big series wins. I had some unbelievable series, home and away, and they're the ones that I probably I cherish the most. I think winning the Ashes 5-0 in Australia. The next series after that one is quite memorable. So those type of things. But like going to South Africa and winning when we had a young side, when Marcus debuted back in 2009, we won there. So series like that are ones that that I really cherish. But definitely as an individual point of view, that moment was very high on the list.
And then going from international cricket to your Shield cricket with Victoria, what would you say has been your favourite memory while donning the Victoria shirt over your career?
I think it's the same thing. Winning, I've been lucky in the time that I've played for Victoria. We've been really successful. So the opportunity to be a part of, I've played in 3 Shield finals that I've won, but also played in and around Test cricket in summers where we've gone on to win. So in my time there, we won 7 titles. So it's been a great dressing room to be around. So I think those moments have been unbelievable, and I think now at the back end, just seeing some of these young guys that we have coming through at Victoria is very exciting. So looking forward to working with them.
Fair few new trophy cabinets along the way, of course, in your career to fill all those trophies. You are wanting to move in towards sort of the coaching sort of side of things. What are the next steps for you in order to get on that coaching ladder?
Yeah, I think I've been lucky enough. I think opportunities like this. I think coming over to England and stuff like that, working with younger guys as sort of like a mentor to them, and just helping them whilst I'm here to play. I've enjoyed a lot, whether that was at Essex, Somerset, now here. I think those opportunities have been great. Obviously, hopefully they've got a lot out of it, but me as an individual has definitely learned a lot from the coaching front. So I guess those experiences have been huge, similar to the stuff I do in Australia. But the last season I started to look after the second 11 at Victoria, which was a lot of fun. Like I said, just enjoy seeing young players develop, improve their game, and if I can play a small part in that along the way, I feel like I'm doing the right job.
And then finally, you just mentioned that you're coming in, you want to be a mentor for the young guys. We've got a good crop of young bowlers coming through here. How much are you looking forward to imparting some of that wisdom that you've got over the next couple of months that you're here at Durham?
Yeah, lots. I think, I get more out of that. The playing side of things just sort of comes, second nature to me. That's just natural. But I really get a lot out of helping those guys. And hopefully, like I said, I can play a little small part. And whether it's just one little thing that they can pick up, I've played a lot of cricket in England. So, I'm very experienced in conditions and the Duke ball and all types of stuff over here that, hopefully I can, leave here with obviously a little bit of success on the field, but also, a little bit of helping hand off the field to some of those young guys.
South Africa cap 357. We've got to feel pretty special now.
I think so. I didn't think maybe 2 years ago that it would happen, but it's happened, which is quite cool, and hopefully there'll be many more to come.
Can you take us back to when you got
Good afternoon, welcome back to the Seat Unique Riverside, where we've, after a slight delay, we lost a couple of overs due to a shower over lunch. Floodlights are on. Players are back out though. Baz Deleda, who was warming up, we haven't seen him bowl in this game yet. He was warming up over lunch, and he's going to start us off from the lovely end. And I just wonder, with Ben Stokes probably taking a rest after a day overspell, watching Deleda bowl. He bowls at a decent pace, and I wonder if he's the man they're going to think we're going to continue that tactic of bowling the shorter ball. I think Deleda might be playing the enforcer role that Ben Stokes played so successfully before lunch, Ben Fitzpatrick.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Sam. Here we go. Baz Deleda into the attack.
3 slips. And Hose is watchful. 87 for 3, so 144 needed for Worcestershire. So I'd say this game's still in the balance, Ben.
Very much so. And it felt like that pretty much as soon as Worcestershire stepped into bat. Maybe Durham had a sort of a pinky toenail in front in terms of the lead that they managed to amass with the 152 all-out score in their second innings. But very much felt that if Worcestershire, like they did, start brightly.
Hose drives that, and it bounces a couple of times on the edge of the square. Ben Stokes does the fielding.
Yeah, that if they started brightly like they did initially before losing their first wicket, that things were going to get a little bit interesting. Then that little bit of the 15-20 minute wobble, 3 wickets falling for just the 9 runs. But now, with Kashi Valley and Adam Hose, have just started to regain a little bit of control. Durham will be wanting another wicket early.
And the beauty of this game, actually, is the way momentum has flowed one way.
Yes.
And then gone back another. You know, remember Worcestershire, when they were batting in their first innings, were 150, I think, for 4-ish. I should probably know that. I should have checked that. But they were going along okay, and actually Durham pulled them right back in late on the... maybe I'm talking nonsense. Am I talking about the Durham first innings?
I think you might be.
I am, yeah, I am. They were 160 for 5. And Worcestershire, well, they pulled it back. Rolled them out for 190. So it's just ebbed and flowed. Gone different ways. But the floodlights on probably for too much of a game in the height of summer, really. Could have done without that. A bit more sunshine, a bit more time for this pitch to dry out. But certainly a thrilling finish ahead.
Not a bad start to Deleda's work as well. 4 balls in, just the 1 run given up.
Happy to take a single, Ali. It moves on to 14. Still that field set for the short ball. Graham Clark is out there. Daniel Hogg is out there. Not got a short leg to Deleda. Ben Rain it is at mid-off. Peter Siddle at mid-on. Ben Stokes at cover.
His hands in his pockets as well.
The beauty of this attack, I mean, Baz Deleda is a fine bowler. But he's the 5th seamer in this side. Who are we going to see start us off from the Lumley end of the over? 89 for 3.
Potts. Looks like Matty Potts is going to continue. He takes the jumper off. It's an afternoon when you certainly need the jumper and the long sleeves. I think pretty much everyone bar Stokes,
He's just
Rain, and yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Rain is one of the few that has stayed brave and has kept the short sleeves out, as has the man down at fine leg. I think that might be Hogg, as here comes Potts. Effort ball and down to fine leg that will go. It is Baz Deleda that's out there doing the fielding, just the 1 run. It's Kashi Valley onto 15, and it feels like yet again, as he was in the first innings, that he's going to have to be the bedrock of of this Worcestershire second innings. Let's see, there's Siddle going through a couple of loosening motions. Quick single, and despite the loosening motion that Siddle went through there, it just wasn't quite limber enough to beat the ball there. Hayes will scamper through for a single.
Yeah, it might be as much to stay warm. It is nippy out there.
Yeah, there's quite a bluster around as well. I can see the some of the covers that are around over on the sight screen and the stands. There's a bit of a gale blowing. Pot's got some shape onto that, but just a soft little bump and run by Cashifali. Calmly rotating the strike at the moment. That's what you've got to do, especially with the conditions out there at the moment as well. A keen-eyed of you that stayed throughout the lunch break might have seen the covers coming on and off. Of course, we were slightly delayed after lunch as well here. Originally, the 2 minutes to 2 start started at 2 o'clock instead because the covers were just put back on for a fraction of a second. Ooh, well, there's the short ball, and Ollie Robinson, he stopped some short balls and some runs, but there's going to be no saving those.
So that umpire Shanmugam has just signalled byes for that one. And keepers know they're not going to get saved from byes very often in red ball cricket, but Ollie Robinson just held his hand up as if to say, in what universe, umps, am I getting anywhere near that? And he's an athletic young man, Ollie Robinson. Gets an apology from Matthew Potts.
It's a good reply.
Effort, but you can hear the effort. It's like Wimbledon started this week. It's like watching tennis.
It is.
Stokes and Potts. The grunt. It's not really a grunt, actually, because a grunt, I think, would be a kind of lower in its tone. So it's not really a grunt. It's not a yelp. It's not high enough for a yelp.
It's more. It's not quite like exacerbation. It's that middle ground of that. Yeah, effort is the best way to describe it. So here comes Potts, his last of this over. It's not a bad ball either. Managed to get that movement in, but quite an expensive over in the end. 7 off of it. 96 for 3. Now Worcestershire, 135 required.
Back in play down at the Oval, so Surrey stretched that lead to 171. They're 4 down, so they got 6 second innings wickets in hand, as we see Caddy Rowley and Brett D'Oliveira just wandering back. They've obviously had a hit over lunch. Well, D'Oliveira has. Hopefully, from a Worcestershire perspective, he'll be fit for the T20 game on Friday night. He's just spotted the scorer, Sue Drinkwilter, I think, giving her away. Delayed it. Good take by Ollie Robinson. A routine take by his standards, but it's still a good take. Delayed not played an awful lot of red ball cricket across his career. Only debuted last May for Durham. That was his first class debut. Best of 4 for 76 against Glamorgan. A couple of freefers, one of which came against Worcestershire last September. Picked up the wicket of Cashifali during that game.
I'll love if he can do it again.
He wouldn't mind it, would he? Ali defending solidly, though. This is a good test for him. This is a chance to really stamp his mark on this Worcestershire side. Yes, he got a couple of hundreds in that Warwickshire game. I think that might have been a draw, though. I could be wrong. I just remember all Warwickshire games being draws early on. But this is a chance to really become a bit of a hero. If someone can get Worcestershire over the line here, they'll become a bit of a hero. Swing and a miss. That one just jumped at him, and he was tentative. He didn't know if he was going to play the shot or not. Rather than trying to go right through it, sort of went halfway through it.
Yeah, he just sort of hopped with it as it sort of skidded up onto him. Has some good carrying through to Robinson. That's exactly what Delata will be happy to see, just forcing Cashiefali into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. So he can play one of those false strokes or just feel at a ball that isn't there.
Opens the face up. There's a fielder at deep point. Matthew Potts will keep it to 1. 134, so another one ticked off. Adam Hose, 7 from 32 balls. Watchful from these two. A really intense period. If you're just joining us, the 40 minutes or so we saw before lunch of Ben Stokes and Matthew Potts charging in at these two batters. It was proper good cricket. And Hose and Cashiefali did well, actually. Still free slips, deep square, long leg, deep point. Shot for no runs, and Peter Siddle. It's become a bit of a signature fielding move from Siddle. He just drops those knees out wide. It's not a long barrier. It's just how Siddle fields at mid-on. The knees drop. His hands drop. He scoops it up for no run. Nice shot, but he can't get it past Ben Stokes at cover, who now does have that long sleeve jumper on. It's been brought out to end of the over. 97 for 3, Worcestershire.
Yeah, it's good fielding there from Stokesy. Every run, as we've been saying pretty much all day, is going to count. It's going to have an impact on how close Worcestershire want to make this game, how much they want to frustrate Durham's bowling attack, which for the most part has been pretty compact and pretty clean. The only real sort of wayward over has been Ben Stokes' 7th over. That's the most expensive for 9. There's Potts, effort ball, every ball for him. Starts off with a dot. But it has been very clean, very compact bowling. Of course, they've deployed that short ball tactic considerably, especially towards the back end of this morning session. Managed to get a result from it, but now need to think about going a little more orthodox. And as I say that, the short ball whizzes through and over the head of Cashiefali, who was ducking. That's the one for the over as well. Being signalled. Quick update over in Southport, where Jimmy Anderson, the last time we checked in, had 6 wickets, had all 6 wickets that had fallen for Notts. There is now another name on the wicket-taking scorecard. Tom Bailey has taken 2. It's 84 for 8 at the moment. Notts in their first innings. Potts charges forwards, defended, no run. Still chasing that 353 for 9 declaration. So it's 269 to make up. And over at the Oval in the duel of the championship leaders, Surrey leading by 182 runs. It's 100 for 4 over there. As that's whipped away nicely. Is it going to find the boundary rope? It will. Lovely little flick from Cashiefali. And there'll be a boundary. And the 100 up as well. Surpassed by Worcestershire. Just over 2 hours it's taken them.
Lovely shot from Cashiefali there.
Beautiful.
I love watching this kid bat. 50 in the first innings. Can he do it again?
Try to angle it in there. Potts on the reply. So Cashiefali has now moved to 20 unbeaten. Adam Hose still there and the non-striker's backing him up just on 7. But realistically, that's what you want. That's what you don't mind. It's just that non-striker just ticking things over, allowing Kashifali to score and score freely. As we said at the start of this afternoon session, here I feel will be the bedrock. As there is another short ball, but no ball from the umpire.
Potts is just ticking a little bit. I was having a look back. I think he was having a word with Kashifali after the previous ball. Now, there's a little bit of a word going on. Yeah, umpire Shanmugam is just saying, I think, keep a lid on it. Kashifali turned away straight away after that previous ball when Potts was going at him. Just ticking.
Yeah, he looked back as well as the no ball call did Potts, so we'll do it again. Ooh.
What a take.
That is a fantastic take to end the over. The 6 off it, the 4 and the no ball, 103 for 3. And that lead grows ever thinner.
It's a bit like my hair every time I get it cut. I mean, Ollie Robertson makes that look so easy. But that's moved late as well. It's gone past the bat. It's just dipped towards the leg side. Brilliant, brilliant keeper, this young man. He's worked very hard over the winter on his keeping.
You can tell by the way that Kashifali pulled his bat away as well at the last second to dip out of the shot.
Here's Basteleda, and Hose is driving, and they will get a run. They get it past. I think it's Ben Stokes to cover that. And Ben Rain has to tidy up. Both Bens end up on the deck. Another run, another precious run.
Let you know quickly, Surrey and Essex are off for rain again.
Oh, off on, off on.
Yeah, 104 for 4. They've had to vacate the oval in their second innings. Width, outside edge, and 4.
Yeah, precious runs. Precious runs. Kashifali will take them any which way they come, as will Worcestershire. Down to 123 to win, so they're just closing in on that 100, and once it becomes 100, psychologically, it is a very difficult way back, a long way back from Durham. But this game, we saw before lunchtime, it changed in the course of 3 wickets, just a couple of overs. Yeah. Bang, 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 as the players would say.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about at the start of the day's play, wasn't it? When as soon as Worcestershire came out to bat, it was like, okay, we can't look at the total as an overwhelming sum. We need to break this down into chunks of 50.
Tucked into the leg side. They'll push for 2. I don't think they'll get there. There's a gap. There's Graham Clark at deep square leg and Daniel Hoggs out there too. Just the one.
But we said, didn't we, if we break it down into chunks of 50, that lead was a good, 230 odd at the start of the innings. Break that down, okay, we get to 200, we assess where we are. Get to 150 left, okay, we assess where we are. Now we're at the stage we're getting down to 100 left. Still 7 wickets in the shed. There's a bit more optimism.
Oh, that's a beauty from Basteleda. Hose hangs about it. The shot, it's not a rehearsal, is it, when they do it afterwards? Because rehearsal is before.
Yes.
So what's it when he does it afterwards? There isn't really a word for it, because why would you rehearse something after the event? I'm trying to think, is there a post-hearse? I know it's not post-hearse, but is there
suppose it's polishing, or
I don't know.
Anticipation, probably, for the next job.
The shot Hose played was not the shot that he had just pulled out. Yorker flicked. It's past Siddle. I think they're going to get 4 hit. It's going to race away up towards Bannatyne's Health Club, where I've spent my mornings, early doors. Lovely. Lovely in there. Nice and quiet for a morning. 4 more. Worcestershire. Sam Blacklock was trying to tell me he was an early swimmer. Doesn't get in until after I finished. Part-time. Doesn't get in there till 8 o'clock. 113 for free. 118 to win. Hose, it's been an interesting knock from Hose, isn't he? He looked a little bit circumspect at time, but he's hit a couple of nice boundaries. That cover drive off Stokes just before lunch.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we're saying, isn't it? He just needs to be the sort of the cameo man, the sidekick.
A push here, because Clark's got a lot of work to do. That's good running. That's one-day cricket. That's Adam Hose using the nous that we see in one-day cricket. Look, he maybe didn't play the shot deliberately there, but as soon as he hit it, he knew there was 2 on. Every run counts, and that's a decent over. Partnerships were 50 between these two. When they came together at 65 for free, the locals would have rightly been thinking, well, momentum's with us. We could skittle them here. Not had a brilliant season with the bat, Worcestershire. 115 for free. This 50-run partnership just starting to frustrate Durham and starting to tip the scales in favour of Worcestershire.
Yeah, that's an important over as well. 12 off of it, the most expensive of the bowling innings for a Durham perspective. And that's exactly right. You say there, Sam, about the tipping of the scales and just that extra little paperweight in the Worcestershire pocket. Stokes getting loose, but Potts driving in. Ooh. Just a little dab down, and was very fortunate there that he didn't drag that back onto his own stump.
Yet to win a game, Worcestershire, in red ball cricket this season.
Yeah,
A couple
indeed.
of draws. Lost heavily against Durham. A couple more draws. Lost a couple of games against Surrey heavily. Another draw in there. Could this be the...
Yeah, 185 run win for Durham when these teams met back in the middle of April. Jake Levy scored 61 and 50 in that match. But the name will have to be Kashif Ali on the headlines this time, and that's a beautiful cover drive. Goes for 4 despite the chasing attempts of Ben Stokes. Ali moves up to 29 not out. And importantly, that lead comes down to 112. This is starting to get a little bit precarious from a Durham perspective. Maybe not quite panic stations just yet, but certainly early signs of wobbling, potentially. Here comes Potts. Tried to dab forward, but it's smart close range fielding by Ben Rain. This has got to be the man that Durham aim to try and dismiss here. Defended again. He's been patient as well, hasn't he? I mean, he's been smart and clever with when he's deciding to play his shots and try and go for those expansive drives.
Well, he's had to be patient. He's had to be patient in his career. So many years trialling. It's a bit of a thankless life. You go into dressing rooms and the other players are pro and they're thinking, we'll be nice to you. We don't really want you to do well because these are our spots. Traveling the country, you're on trains, you're sleeping on sofas, you're working shift work around it. Kashif Ali did it all. And eventually it came off. He was playing out in the, what it did for him, he was playing out in the Kashmiri Premier League. Rawalakot Hawks, I think it was. I think he scored a big 100 in the semi-final. Shahid Afridi was his captain. And Kadir Ali saw him. Big 100 in the semi-final and then 50 in the final. I might have got that the wrong way round, but that's what got him his go back here. And I'm pretty sure he flew back into Heathrow, straight to a trial game for Worcestershire. A couple of hours kip on the sofa. I think he batted at 8 or 9 or something like that. I mean, that's what you got to keep. That's what you got to do. That's how he's kept the dream alive. Scored heavily. Scored 700 odd runs in the second 11. last summer, and they went, okay, we'll give you a T20 contract. And I think quite quickly they went, yeah, we're just going to upgrade that. And you can see why. Wonderful stuff, Kashi Fally. First season as a pro, as we see someone who's not in their first season as a pro, Ben Stokes. I did wonder if Bannister was just playing the holding role. Almost like, in racing car driving, when you send out the, what's it called, the track car, just comes
Safety
out.
car.
Safety car just comes out to hold everyone for a couple of overs. Ben Stokes just get a little bit more energy. Bannister, I mean, that's understating Bannister because he's a fine bowler in his own right. Right. But it was just the safety car was out on Ben Stokes for a couple of overs.
Yeah, it was just in the pit lane. The double yellow flags were being waved. The VSC was going around the track, holding things steady. And now Stokes with a fresh set of wheels on, out there with a green flag.
Beautifully put, beautifully bowled, left alone. This is going to be, I think, we said it a few times, critical period in the game.
Yes, definitely. It's the last thing that, I mean, obviously, I say the last thing you want to do is allow Kashi Fally to get in. He is certainly in this innings, but the last thing you want him to do is sort of run away with his batting in this second innings, and like he did in the first innings, just be that spearhead. Important duel to come.
Left alone, an exaggerated leave by Adam Hose, just showing he's able to do that. Encouragement from Lees at third slip, who I assume has got light enhancers on rather than sunglasses. Maybe the floodlights are too bright for him. Scott Borthwick, skipper, words of encouragement. Ackerman in there. They'd be desperate for a catch or two to come their way, those fielders. They'd have been anticipating probably a few more in this second innings, and one hasn't come yet. Driven by Hose. Nice shot. That's going to race away for 4. Matthew Potts is going to give chase, but it will be in vain. 108 required now. We can count down rather than count up. That's the equation. Don't worry about the overs. Just worry about the wickets. 7 they've got in hand, Worcestershire, but crucially this partnership is building. Adam Hose moves on to 18. Kashi Fally has 29, and 108 are needed to win.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. One of the shots of the day, I reckon, there from Adam Hose. Gets the pace on it, just sort of drives it with the one bounce into the ground, just shy of the wicket, and it races away.
Solid defensively this time.
It was an apt word that you used there, actually, Sam, earlier in that description. In desperate, these are getting desperate times now in terms of the Durham defence. Obviously, we spoke with Vic before lunch during that 3-wicket for 9-run spell, thinking, oh, okay, the fields are lively again, everyone's talking, everyone's up and about and ready for it.
Left alone, I don't think that's missed off stump by an awful lot. Certainly not by the reaction of Ben Stokes and Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Let's have another look at that on our screens. No, we're a bit far behind.
Yeah, it looked very, very close. It's exactly what you needed from Stokes there. Just that one little half opportunity to get that slip cord and vocal again. Bring the rest of the fielders around the ground into the contest as well.
Short ball, well ducked under by Hose. That's how to bowl a short ball. They need to be doing that every time they're digging it in, Durham. They need to do that. Make the batter sway out the way, duck, play. End of the 33rd. Drinks are coming on for the 2 batters. I think Kashi Fally is getting a little bit warmer out there as his innings progresses. He's taken his jumper off. 123 for free.
Well, they take a drink. We'll have another quick look around the grounds in the county championship. Kent are still trailing at the moment by 173 runs in Southampton. They're currently 332 for 9. Another wicket has fallen for Notts. And it is Jimmy Anderson that's picked it up again. 7 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs. Bowling for Lancashire. They're 89 for 9. Ben Slater is still there, though, on 47 not out. Elsewhere, Warwickshire into their second innings. They are 48 without loss against Somerset, still leading by 176 runs. 284 is what Somerset were able to build. And the Surrey-Essex game is still delayed. Siddle back into the attack.
So if Anderson takes one more wicket, there's one left to take. He'll have 8 for, and that'll be his career best.
Wow.
So that is a salute, I suspect, back in the direction of anyone who suggests he may not be quite at the peak of his powers.
Yeah, he's timeless, I think is the word that you have to use when it comes to the conversation with Jimmy Anderson.
1,114 first-class wickets. 1,121 that'll be now because Cricket will be behind. They don't update until the end of the game.
In comes Siddle. Just the 2 slips now. Ooh, big wave and a miss there from Kashif Ali. He was wanting to send that maybe our way here in the commentary box, but that ball just beat him there. Siddle back into the attack after the lunch break. He's back into the consistency as well, with the dot balls applying the pressure on these batsmen. This time sets his sights a little shorter and defends that one ahead of him. To Delata, no run.
Can hear plenty of words of encouragement from Scott Borthwick. Badger, as they call him.
That's what you need at a time like this from your skipper. Siddle turns and advances. And again, Kashif Valley defends. Back down to Delata at cover.
Just having a look at that front foot line. Peter Siddle, isn't he? Those last couple of balls. He's obviously close. You want a bowler to be close, I think. Most bowlers in full rhythm will be pretty close to that line, just trying to make full use of the crease.
Yeah, always aiming for that kind of that heel to be in touching distance. There's the bouncer. And the one for the over. So they are still going with utilising that one short ball for the over. We've seen pretty much every bowler in this afternoon session so far use that. Potts definitely did. Siddle's done just there. Stokes did. And I'm pretty sure Baz Delata did as well. So there's clearly still some tactic that's going on out there from Borthwick and co. Back foot punch down to Stokes. Ends the over. A maiden. Much needed maiden as well. It's the first since the 21st over.
Oh, that's the beauty of having you scoring, my friend.
123 for 3.
A quick nod as well as James Bracey down at Cheltenham, who's passed 200. Gloucestershire have declared. What a strange game of cricket that was, in the sense it seemed to be going very quickly on the opening day. Gloucestershire all out for 179 in 44 overs. And Morgan were 8 down, but I think they were 8 down by close. So 18 wickets or so on the first day. And then Bracey, Bancroft made 184, Hammond 121, Bracey 204 not out. As Ben Stokes is in. Can he get that bit of magic? So often Ben Stokes has found that little bit of magic, but Adam Hose is standing firm. Loads of overs left today. 63 and 62 after this one. James Bracey was on the Cat and Cricket Natters podcast this week, so I'm going to stake a claim in his runs. Probably got him back into form. That little chat he had with myself, Dan Whiting and Annie Chave. Good man, James Bracey. Another guy who's kept wicket for England. Short ball. Goes easily enough, ducks it out of the way of that one though. Borthwick and Ackerman and Lee just come together, shine that ball, try to do everything they can. Find a little bit of swing, a bit of reverse swing. I think we're having a light reading, are we, or has the bail just come off?
I think it might have been just the bail.
I think the bail just came off.
Just got flicked off there.
Umpire O'Shaughnessy down the other end, down the Lumley end. Still a good crowd in today. The floodlights are on. It's gloomy. It's been darker though, mind you, in the last few days. There's that exaggerated leave from Adam Hose. I think he'll leave alone anything of a decent length outside off stumps. The half volley, showing he'll put a couple away.
It's interesting from a defensive standpoint as well what Durham are doing, especially at least between this over and last over for Siddle and Stokes respectively. Siddle, bowling from this Finkel end from where we are situated, was bowling to 2 slips. They got a third in for Stokes bowling from the Lumley end. So I wonder what that signifies, whether they're going to try and pitch this ball up a little bit more, try and bring that third slip into play and find an outside edge. Whether it's, as Vic was saying, who was with us earlier today in the broadcast, whether there's just a little bit of a variation between the two ends that's brought that third slip into the game.
Taking it upon myself as well. I'm going to get Vic Domain to see the Who at some point.
Yes.
As well. My life's mission of mine is now I'm adding it to the list, the to-do list. I knew when he started that story. I knew where it was going.
Yeah.
I didn't know quite how, but you could just.
There's that
hear
foreboding feeling of do not end this story how I think it's going to.
The tone of his voice. Lovely to have Vic. Always brilliant to have Vic. He's very honest. If you didn't hear him, he's the head of the ground staff here at Durham. He said he's a bit disappointed in the pitch. He's open about that. Hose defends, gets in behind that one. End of another over. And it's raining and raining relatively heavily now. 123 for free. It's a maiden from Stokes, but I suspect they'll be wandering off. I think Vic will be called into action imminently. Umpires coming together and having a look. I mean, I'd say that's raining pretty heavily. Are they thinking this is just going to pass in a minute or so?
Yeah, well, this has been the conversation that we've been having throughout the day, actually, is that, you know, when we come around to this sort of time period, there was this sort of shower forecast, but from all intents and purposes, there was the claim that the shower was going to pass pretty quickly if it was even going to hit us here in Chester Street. Looks like, for now, we're staying on, and Peter Siddle is going to continue from the Finkel end. So perhaps the conversation that was had between the two umpires was just that, I think, you know what, this shower is just going to be that, a passing shower. Siddle strides forward, another back foot punch from Kashif Ali towards cover point and no run.
I can't quite work out who this suits either, because as a bowler, I mean, maybe the windows aren't doing it justice, but it looks like it was certainly raining relatively heavily by red ball cricket standards.
Certainly was for just that fraction of a second, but it looks like it's eased off pretty quickly.
Straight away almost, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think that's a good call from the umpires there, just to stick it out for what was essentially a good 30 seconds. Here comes Siddle again.
It's not ideal for the bowling side, that though. Just a bit of more moisture on the ground, ball gets a little bit wetter. Harder to grip, harder to make it do what you want.
Yeah, and that might be what Stokes is being shown here from Baz Later as he's handed the ball back. I'm certainly interested in showing the England Test captain something. It's quite a vigorous, shining effort now trying to be executed here by Stokes. As it's handed back to a man who he would have called foe a few years ago, but now conjoined as friends. And this time does get it to the area that he wants it there. Kashi Valley just able to get off strike and to relative safety. And importantly, snap the scoreless streak as well, as it was there for the last 14 balls. 124 for 3, the lead 107 in Durham's favour. But if those 7 runs get chalked off without any more loss, momentum definitely shifts into Worcestershire's favour. Good ball there from Siddle. Full straight and defended. We also cannot understate the important role that Adam Hose has played in this partnership and in this innings so far. Slightly back of a length, and that races away. Clark gives chase and will stop the ball from reaching the boundary. So it'll be just the 2 runs that Adam Hose will garner.
Yeah, brilliant partnership this has been. Just sapped all the energy from Durham. Will change quickly. Wicket or 2 will change it massively.
It was exactly what was required if Worcestershire were going to have any kind of chance in this game. Down the ground and punched with authority. Siddle has his hands on his head as it was just out of his stretching reach. But Adam Hose, just as we say, you can't understate the importance he's played in this partnership. He's capped it off there with another wonderful 4. 130 for 3 now, Worcestershire. 101 runs away from what would be a massive win. Not just in the context of this game, but the context of this season as well.
I think Siddle was hoping to just divert that onto the stumps as well. Didn't quite get a hand on it. Cost him 4. 7 off that over. Ben Stokes, as you won't be surprised to hear, is still in the attack. He's got a couple of overs after lunch. 10 in total, 2 for 33 for Ben Stokes. Just having a chat, trying to get his field right. It's just that mixture between attack and defence. I'm pretty sure useless Durham stats told us a while back ago that Stokes is in and how he thinks about going after that one. I think Stokes took his 100th first-class wicket for Durham here earlier on in the innings. I think it was his first one of the game was that. I missed that in real time. So that's decent going from Ben Stokes. 100 wickets for Durham on his home ground. He would like to make it 105, 106 by the end of today. Just needs a magic spell from someone. He needs a magic spell from someone. And it's not even a cameo now because Worcester have 2 set batters. Ali's got 30. Now he's got 31. Because Peter Siddle at mid-on has been deployed pretty deep. Stokes has his hands on the back of his head. I think he might have been appealing had he not got back on that Kashi Valley, but it's material. He did.
Yeah, it had some lovely tail in that ball there, that delivery. It's exactly what Stokes was exacerbated about, and it's those kinds of situations, those balls that have the lovely shape, have the nice movement. As Vic was saying, the pitch hasn't been doing too much today. You do get that rare occasion where it does something and the batter fends it off.
Doesn't fend that one, ducks that one. 100 needed to win. So we're nearly into double figures. We've been in treble figures. It was 2-3-1, remember. The starting total. And they were 65 for free. In a little bit of trouble. They'd made a good start. 50 without loss, 65 for free. Well, they're 131 for free. Survived a really intense period before lunch, these two. And now, well, I wouldn't like to say which way this game is going. It feels like Worcestershire have nudged ahead.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've been the ones that have really wrangled this free from what looked like at the close of play definitely yesterday was gearing towards Durham hands, but being teed up initially by Gareth Roderick, his 38, and now this partnership's continuing to build.
Oh, outside edge, fallen short of Alex Lees, who palms it round the corner. He gets a round of applause from Ben Stokes. That one might have hurt Alex Lees. That is the run that takes them under 100 required to win.
Yeah, Lee's just a little slow to get up from that half chance. Maybe a quarter chance is maybe the fairer.
I don't think he carried anywhere near, did it?
Hmm?
I don't think he carried to him.
Nah. But it is those kinds of situations. There's those ones that don't necessarily carry. That's just adds to that slight demoralisation, really, and that sinking feeling that I imagine is creeping in around the Durham fielders right now. On another day, that carries.
Oh, short ball, and Kashi Valley hasn't played it that well. He's ducked into it. Hit him on the back. They've come through for a leg, but he wasn't playing a shot, but he was taking evasive action. He's rubbed his shoulder. He dropped his bat immediately. He turned his back on that one, and that's hurt Kashi Valley. He's been in the wars a little bit in this game. And just trying to get himself going again. He was picking up knee injuries. He was diving around on the square. Then he threw his bat at one so hard in his first innings, I think it hurt his calf. So on the morning of day 2, I'm losing the track of the days, but day 2, he had the resistance bands out, was doing a lot of work. And now he's going to get a bit of physio, probably a bit of the old magic spray, which we were talking about. By the way, it was Ollie Robinson going down to do that fielding. It's just been brilliant. Anyway, end of the over. A short delay while Kashi Valley probably gets a sponge on the spot where the ball's hit. It's going to be a bit of a bruise there, I'd imagine. 133 for free. 98 needed to win.
I imagine he'll be wearing that bruise, though, as a badge of honour, especially if they manage to come through and win this game, which, with every passing run, and we've been saying basically all day, every passing run, it looks more and more likely that Worcestershire are going to be able to scamper away with this one. A couple of different little pocket huddles going on and conversations from Durham's point of view. Siddle and Stokes in a little bit of discussion. Lees, I think Borthwick is over there as well with Ackerman. And you got Robinson behind the stumps as the physios make way. Kashi Valley is going to be okay to continue. And he will be facing up against Peter Siddle, who is continuing again from this Finkel end. Goes full up on the first ball. Kashi Valley does well to dig that out.
Need a moment. Need something. There's players out there capable of doing that. I need to break this resistance. Might see Ben Rain back at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, just 5 overs up top.
Clipped off the pads, down through the leg side, and that will not beat Ben Rain. Sweeping. Massive round of applause for the fielding out there. It's definitely saved a couple. That looked like it jumped off the bat of Kashi Valley. Did run the 2 though, so that puts him up to 33. Ho's now on 25. Worcestershire 135 for 3. Oh, big shout. Huge shout. Siddle hoping, and again, as he was earlier on.
I think he's hit it.
Looks like he might have. Cashy Valley scampered to the non-striker's end. Has been given as runs.
I thought I heard two noises.
That certainly seems to be what the umpires concur as well. Drive on the front foot, but straight to the fielder from Hose, no run. It is so difficult out there when you're facing against a team that's got the momentum in their favour the way that it has. Always feels like every one of those small little instances, the one that just dropped a little bit short of Lee's at third slip, that LBW shout that Cashy Valley's been able to get a little bat on. Hose is driving on the up again, but finds Baz to lead in for the second time. Always just feels like it just compounds onto you, compounds onto the mindset that is being carried out there. And I've been out there a few times as a player in park cricket or junior cricket, that you're in situations like this and you think, gee, if the batting team are going to win this, then get it over quickly, because it's really, really difficult.
Three bowlers coming together there. Siddle, Stokes and Matthew Potts having a chat, trying to work out what can they do, how can they break through.
Tries to angle in, but Hose is watchful to it. Away the leg side for 1 run to end the over. 4 runs off of it. 137 for 3. The lead now just 94 runs.
We're going to see a change of bowling. Or is Ben Stokes going to take that cap off? He's down there by umpire O'Shaughnessy. He's having a chat to Scott Borthwick. He is taking that cap off. Borthwick is stood there. Stokes is going to decide where he wants his field. Very difficult to get the ball out of his hand. I don't think you'd want to, though. I think you'd want him to keep going. 11 overs, 2 mains, 2 for 35. Going to have a short leg in. Graham Clark's being brought that helmet. Alex Lees is sent down from third slip to third. Protect that boundary. Maybe the top edge as well, because I think Matt Potts is going to be sent to deep square leg. Daniel Hogg, who's on fielding for David Beddingham, who picked up a hamstring strain in the first innings of this game, hasn't fielded. Did bat in the Durham second dig down at 7, but with Scott Borthwick as a runner. And Colin Ackerman is going to come out of slip, so here's the field. No slips, but a deep square leg. Hang on, what are we doing? So we've got Ollie Robinson, we've got a very fine third, almost like a deep second slip. Then Daniel Hogg is at a fine leg. Matthew Potts is a long leg, but 10-15 yards in off the boundary. Graham Clark's in under the lid, and there's a deep square. It's going to be largely back of a length, you'd imagine it. Adam Hose here. Ben Stokes saying, go on, you take on the pull shot. Just trying something a little bit different here. Field is set. I'd imagine there'll be the odd fuller, quicker Yorker. Hose is a tall man. They want to get him hanging on the back foot. That'll be the plan. Get him hanging on the back foot, even if he's not hooking. Get him there. And bowl one that he can't get his bat down on time to. 6-3 field in favour of the leg side here. Hose gets off the mark. And Stokes off the mark. Down to the other end. Stokes is fuming. Baz Deleda has lost his trousers flying in from backward point. But he was just able to drop it and run. And you can see Stokes' frustration.
Yeah, that's got to be harsh for Stokes there. And again, it plays to that point of, you know, you meticulously set out this field. You actually get Hose doing what you want to do, playing off the back foot, but just able to drop it into that shallow space in front of Deleda.
Same field for Ali, who's just fending it unconvincingly into the leg side. I don't think there can be any blame. I know the bowler's frustrated, but delayed is at a standard backward point, and Hose has just dropped it under his nose. There's not much the fielder can do there. If they're going to drop that and run, and if the non-striker is ready to go, then it's very difficult for a fielder at backward point to come in and cut that one off. He did a pretty good job there later. He was diving in. Anyway, Ali's on strike. Rides the short ball there. Out to Deleda. He'll just be feeling under a bit of pressure, I expect, at backward point. Won't want them to take a single to him anytime soon.
Yeah, a couple more pairs of watchful and perhaps vengeful eyes on Baz Deleda there as he fielded that one. I'll quickly update you in the Division 1. Kent have been bowled out for 343 in Southampton, so they still trail by 162.
Ali plays that one well. Cries from the Durham fielders, but he's turned it off his hips. Nicely for a single, 92 to win now. 7 wickets in hand. Partnership's worth 74 for the 4th wicket between Kashif Ali, who's got 35. Adam Hose got 27. Stokes into the final ball of his 4th over of this spell. 12 all in all. 8 just before lunch. Then a couple overs off immediately after the restart and then back into it. Hose on the back foot. Out to Deleda, no run, so ended the over 139 for 5. 39 gone. Still many overs left in the day. 58 still. So we're still 20. No, tea's fixed at 4 o'clock, isn't it? I think. Actually, William Dobson, the scorer, was telling us, and he is usually right about these things. In fact, he's always right about these things. So an hour and 6 minutes for Stokes to keep bowling, and then have 20 minutes for his feet up. It's like having a spinner who can hold up an end. What's the conversation here? Borthwick's involved. You've got Siddle, Potts, Stokes, Borthwick. They're having a look at that ball. Are they going to ask? I think they are.
Yeah. Yeah, Borthwick's gone over, chatting with the umpire, hoping that they can find any little bit of leverage and any little edge to try and get them back into this game.
I was no body language expert, but I was pretty sure umpire Sham Mugam was saying, nah. But they asked in the first innings, right? When, I was talking about them being 150 for 5. No, sorry, it was Durham asked in the first innings, and they suddenly picked up 4 wickets in about 5 overs. So, with the old ball.
Siddle continues. Ali tried to play into the leg side, but it was cover there.
Feels almost attritional, doesn't it? Just because of what we become accustomed to. But they're still going at 4.5 and over here. 3.5 and over, sorry. Which is still a decent rate.
It is indeed. From Worcestershire's point of view, for Durham, it's 3.5 too many. Especially with how slender the lead has gotten to now. 92 required to win. As Siddle comes in. Goes for the fuller ball. Good work in the field by Potts. We'll just cut them off for 1. So again, there's another little inspection of the ball. Stokes throws it to the umpire once again and has a chat.
Once he gets involved, the umpires tend to have a look.
To veterans of the international game, both of the double teapot, and hoping that the umpires will come together and agree that there is a case for a change of ball. I'll undoubtedly be doing the old ring test, making sure that ball fits through the hoops as Borthwick comes over, the captain. What has been the decision. Looks like okay is the adjudication. Might have been able to sense that from Borthwick's body language again as he walked away from the umpires conference. So even with Ben Stokes trying to get involved and try and ask the question for the ball to be changed, the umpires say play. Siddle will bowl, and it's not a bad delivery either. Brings Hose forward on the defensive. Once again, Matthew Potts will come over, passing word and glancing ear from Siddle into what the conversation is between those two. Be calling each other co-England internationals in a very short space of time.
I don't know if they will be calling each other that. Is it more they refer to each other as that?
True.
There wasn't questioning them being in the squad. Just
Yes,
a funny thing for them to say to each other.
International teammates.
Hello, co-England international. Nice to see you. Bit of blue sky. Again. Rarely spotted up here at Durham these last couple of days, but we do have some. This has been brilliant from Worcestershire. These two in particular just applied themselves.
Defended straight back into Siddle's outstretched hand. But you're right, these two have been absolutely fantastic. And they've needed to be as well. Just when the pressure was building up in towards that middle to late morning session, Kashi Fally and Adam Hose have stepped up to the mark. Flick down leg side and out of the dive of Robinson. And it's been given as runs as well. And that'll be another small little bit of heartbreak. From a Durham perspective, feels like everything has been going exactly how Worcestershire would have wanted it to, given the situation. 5 off of that Siddle over. It's 144 for 3. The lead just now 87 runs.
Yeah, I wonder if we can see the two dressing rooms both be set out there. There'll be tension on both of them. Be a different kind of tension at the moment. Which one would you rather be? Probably in that Worcestershire one. Someone's going to sing a victory song a little bit later on today. Will it be the Bladen Races or will it be the Worcester boys are happy? I don't know. Ben Stokes is going to come around the wicket, doubling down on this ploy to Kashi Fally. So again, we've got Lees and Hogg down in front of us, like two bouncers at a nightclub in front of the media centre. They're at third and fine leg, but they're both very fine. There's all Hogg's just been sending a little bit squarer, but Matthew Potts is at almost a 45 position. Is a deep square leg, short backward point. Ali takes on the pull shot. That's a lovely shot from Kashi Fally. It gets past the despairing dive of Matthew Potts and away to the boundary. Kashi Fally is going to take this short ball on. A tap of the bat with Adam Hose. A punch of the gloves. More runs. Kashi Fally into the 40s.
Yeah, that was perfect in that situation there from Kashi Fally. Just had enough on it to get it past the dive of Potts and make it find the boundary rope.
Takes it on again. This time finds the fielder at deep square though, along the ground. Just a single. Struck it firmly, Kashi Fally.
He wanted that boundary rope again there. How hard he swatted almost at that pull shot.
He'll be relishing in this, Kashi Fally. And what a day for him, really. Not a professional cricketer until last year. Thought maybe the dream had passed, and now he's got Stokes, Siddle, Potts charging in at him. His chance to win the game for his county. Ridden, and that's a nice looking shot from Hose. Baz Deleda was a little bit tighter at backward point on instruction from Stokes and Borthwick, one imagines, because of that single in the previous over. That's gone away from it. It's run away for 4. Worcestershire are past 150. Another milestone ticked off. 231 their chase.
That was a beautifully played little dab down there from Adam Hose as well. Just finds the gap, guides the ball down towards this vacant sort of third region. Just beautifully played. Just again, just tick out in front of the chasing Baz Delader.
Back over the wicket. Short ball over Ollie Robinson. It's a no ball as well. Ben Stokes stares at the turf. Ollie Robinson looks back. No chance he could get there, but it's given as byes, but that is essentially 6 on the scoreboard. A no ball 2 in county cricket, much to Ash Thorpe's dismay. This is proving an expensive over so far, and we're only halfway through it. Couple of boundary 1, boundary 4 byes and 2 no balls. So this is already cost 15.
Yeah, this is we thought initially that the Baz Delader over that went for 12 was going to be the one that tipped the scales. This is just pushing them even further. We thought it might have been the paperweight. This is now the light roller, as it would have been from Vic, that's going on towards the scales.
Change of ploy. Rightly so as well. 2 slips in. He's defending on the back foot. Stokes ticking. There's still a deep square and a long leg and a third. Can't afford to let go of those boundaries, but it's a little bit more orthodox this field. 1 slip, 2 slip, backward point, cover. Mid off, mid on. This partnership, by the way, has been absolutely fabulous, and it's ticking towards 100. 94 from just 125 balls.
Is that the new Dr. Zeus book that's coming out?
Go on, what did I say?
1 slip, 2 slip, backward cover point.
I'd buy it. If you're out there, the good doctor. Just a little bit too wide. That's what Stokes going to try and do now. You've got to try and nick these players off. We thought this morning when Ryan Campbell was out there feeding slip catches at Borthwick, at Ackerman, at Lees, we thought a few would go to hand. We've already had 3 catches at third slip in this game. Last couple of summers, there's been 1 catch there in the entirety of the year at Chesterley Street. But nothing's gone there. Ollie Robinson took a brilliant catch. He's been springy today, Ollie Robinson. He's kept beautifully, even though the byes column will be slightly unkind to him come close. Left alone outside off stump from Hose. It's a good finish to the over. 3 dot balls from Ben Stokes, but unfortunately from a Durham perspective, it cost 15 runs the first half of that over. It's Worcestershire 159 for free here at the Seat Unique Emirates. Needing just 72 required to... Needing just 72 required, you don't need both of those words because they mean the same thing. Needing just 72 to win.
Yeah, that bias column, by the way, 11 runs in it at the moment, as we are going to see a change of bowling from the Finkel end, and it is going to be Ben Rain that will take over from Peter Siddle. Not a bad second spell for him. 16 runs off his 4 overs, but no wicket to show for it. And that's what Durham need right now. They need wickets, and they need them fast. They need them in bunches, as Potts comes over, offers a handshake as he was getting his last instructions from the captain, Scott Borthwick. He spreads straight back over to his position in at first slip. Here comes Rain. We've not seen Ben Rain for quite some time, not since the 9th over of this Worcestershire batting innings. Bowled pretty well. Only the 18 off of his first 5 overs. 1 maiden in there as well. Ali stepped across and flicked off of his pads. There is cover out there, but it beats him. And that's beautifully struck by Kashif Ali. Moves up to 45 now. He could be on for back-to-back 50s, and important back-to-back 50s in this game as well. As it seems like Worcestershire itching ever closer to their first county win of this season. 3 losses and 5 draws before that. Rain gets Ali on the front foot. It's only to defend.
A bit like Durham, Worcestershire, it's a club at the heart of its community. It's a lovely place to go and watch cricket. It just had so much bad luck over the winter with those floods, with injury, with everything really, with overseas signing. Osama Mir, I'm not able to come though. Certificate late doors.
Shot. It's nicely played. Will find the fielder, but it will bring Kashif Ali back for 2. The applause continues to ripple out because that is the 100 partnership between Kashif Ali and Adam Hose. Of 132 balls, they batted resolutely throughout the just over hour and a half that they have both been at the crease. And they have been instrumental in getting Worcestershire to where they are now. Dabbed down by Ali, just in front of Delator.
And you know, the heavy roll this morning, and it has flattened out a little bit with a bit of sunshine, a bit of dryness on the pitch. It seems a little bit better going for batters. Kashif Ali approaching his second 50 of the game. I don't want to curse him, but if he gets there, I mean, whether he gets there or not, he's batted beautifully throughout the game. Been really impressive. Showed that there are runs out there. 27 on his back, Kashif Ali. That was the number he wore. First time he played, the number he scored, first time he played red ball cricket, batting at 11.
As Hose defends the final ball of the return of Ben Rain in the start of his second spell. But it's not been the kindest to him. 7 runs off it, 166 for 3. Worcestershire requiring 65 to win here and get this game over today.
Stokes is going to keep going. Jumper off, cap off. He desperately wants to do something to make this game change. A shift in momentum. Needs it. It needs something massive. It's almost, it's certainly not quite a formality, not the way this game is going. But they're favourites now, Worcestershire. They deserve to be favourites because they batted beautifully here. Nathan Smith, don't forget his role in this, 8 wickets in the game. They kept going yesterday, Worcestershire, with ball in hand. That wicket of Ben Stokes just before the close of play yesterday, would that prove crucial? Ollie Robinson, who got out the ball after the floodlights got turned off in the middle of an over. Would that prove crucial? May still change. Ben Stokes has ball in hand. Anything can happen. Kashif Ali whipping it from outside off stump. Moves to 49. Just 74 balls.
Yeah, I think that the Stokes wicket is one of the most important ones, I think, to close yesterday's play off, because if he's still batting at the crease to start us off this morning, he looked pretty comfortable when he was out there yesterday evening. Could have put another healthy 40, 50 runs maybe with the last couple of wickets left.
Driven, but straight to backward point along the ground. And Stokes just a bit of a stare, a bit of chit-chat to Adam Hose, who just tries to stay in his own bubble.
That's what you got to do. They've done it so well, this pair, that 100 partnership, of course, but now that you're getting closer and closer towards being potentially that pair to win this game for your county, do not let this occasion, do not let the pressure overcome and overwhelm you. Bat in your bubble, each ball on its merits. like that.
That ball was treated with the disdain it deserved. It was overpitched. It was a half volley, really. Adam Hose has got long hands. He throws them right through that, keeps it all the way along the ground. He moves on to 39. Just 60 required for Worcestershire to win, to claim that 16 points. They might just get their season kick-started. It would be a victory against the odds.
Yeah.
Right now, you can't argue it'd be anything but deserved.
Yeah, and that was exactly what we were saying. The point I was just making. Batting your bubble.
Driven again, this time. It'll be back-to-back boundaries. This one's in front of square. Deep point had just gone out, and that is caressed through the covers by Adam Hose, who stayed in his bubble and played his own game, and his own game is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, seems like Adam Hose is in go mode now. Back-to-back boundaries, 43 unbeaten for him, 56 required. Looks like they are now, if they weren't before when they were sub 150, sub 100 to win this game with still 7 wickets in hand, that they are going to be winning this game. They feel like they will do. Hose wants to get it there and get it there quickly.
Leaves that one alone outside off stump. Already taken 2 boundaries from the over. Almost getting to a stage where they can enjoy themselves, these two. They've got to keep their heads down. Nice to add. We talked earlier, a couple of days, well, over the last couple of days, about the importance of partnerships and how there hadn't really been any huge ones. Players had got in and then got out again. Biggest partnership in the Durham second innings was just 30. As Hose gets in behind that one. Biggest partnership in the Worcestershire first innings, just 35. Like in that Durham first innings, there was a 59-run partnership between Stokes and Clark. There was a 46 between Stokes and Robinson. Well, this one here is already worth 110 at the end of the over. 175 for free, 56 to win.
Drinks on for the batsman. And I imagine those drinks will be tasting mighty, mighty fine at this point in time. And I'll quickly tell you, while we were on Jimmy Anderson watch, that knots have been bowled out for 126.
Did he?
No, it was a run out as the final wicket. So Anderson finishes with figures of 7 for 35.
Nathan Lyon, the Aussie, getting in the way.
Loose stroke there from Kashif Ali. Had Robinson and Rain going up for a fraction of a second, but then again a familiar exasperated sigh ringing out around Seat Unit Riverside. As Rain strides back to his mark and gets ready to charge in once again. Ali with that high bat lift brings it down and defends. Stokes chatting away with Ben Rain once again, trying to figure out where, if anywhere, there's going to be even just one wicket to break this partnership. Glance back from Ali. Rain charging in. Shorter, and Ali dabs and runs. That'll be 50 up. He'll bring himself back for 2. And that is a very, very well batted, wisely batted 50 for Kashif Ali. Back-to-back 50s in this game. 77 balls, 125 minutes, just over 2 hours. And he's been at that crease. 6 fours for his trouble as well. And we'd said it time and time and time again. As soon as he came to the crease, this man will need to be the bedrock of this Worcestershire batting innings. And he has been that. He has been so secure batted brilliantly. 54 required as Rain charges in again. Behind and defends for no run. That's the Hog, the sub fielder over there at cover. Pushed forward this time to the leg side and for Potts. And again, there's no run. Towards the mid-on region. That's another conversation, another investigation into the ball there. Alex Lees this time was the one that came over to Rain to sort of prompt the conversation with the umpire. And again, the umpire's happy with the condition of the ball. Last ball of this Rain over. Goes shorter. And it's pulled down into the ground. And down towards fine leg. It'll be just the one run. So Ali will retain the strike on 52 unbeaten. 3 runs off the over. 178 for 3. Worcestershire looking like they're in cruise control.
Yeah, thanks to Kashi Fally. He batted beautifully in the first dig. And then ended up back on one leg. And was caught on the boundary. That's wicket. We're going to have a change at the Lumley end. Matthew Potts is going to come back into the attack. Graham Onion's just wandering around in front of us. And stern faces around the Seat Unique Riverside. And it's been a brilliant game of cricket. It's ebbed and flowed. There may still be another change of direction left. Matthew Potts will be hoping so. How he would like to sign off before heading on to test duty by turning the game around for Durham. It's ebbed, it's flowed. Worcestershire have been brilliant. This is a side not won a game this season. They're bottom of the blast. It's brilliant people, but they're having to bring lads in on loan. Bashir last week, Amar Verdi didn't bowl in this game, he's on loan. Ben Allison has been brilliant. Driven out, there's a fielder at a deep backward point. So just a single. Lovely shot from Kashi Fally. Fighting though still, Worcestershire.
Yeah, defiant would be the word that I'd use for this Worcestershire performance. Felt like that they had their backs against the walls. You've been rightfully saying there, Sam, so many different variables have been up against them in one way or another. Worcestershire have come here to Chester Street, chasing down 230 odd runs, and look like they might do it as well.
Push for 2 here. Hose fancies it. Decides against it. Delayed was very quick to the ball and the throw was right in above the stumps. Yeah, all those floods. I mean, the reverse fixture was played at Kidderminster Cricket Club. It wasn't scheduled to be. I mean, it's left a hole in the finances of something like £250,000 when you take into account the cost of clearing up New Road, the lost revenue from catering and hospitality at the ground. But if you've not been down there, it's a wonderful place to go and watch county championship cricket. It's probably the last of the old school county cricket grounds in terms of its. There's a couple of other grounds a little bit like it, but I don't think any quite have the character nor still the vibrancy of Worcestershire. There's the ladies' pavilion where they sit on the benches and they queue for cakes. It's like it's got a school fete vibe where you go in there. Delicious cakes. What's that? Inside edge onto pad. Massive mugs of tea. Oh, it's brilliant. Served with a smile. Press box is wonderful. I don't know if they'll be listening, but John Curtis and Chris in there, they give it this proper. They're there every day, lovely. Couldn't be more obliging. Couldn't help you more. Missed Frank Watson up this week. Did some commentary with him. Good man, Frank. Organising Joe Leach's testimonial, actually. I should give that a plug because they're not allowed to do that. It's weird, testimonials. Short ball pulled in front of square. And just a single. Joe Leach, talisman bowler, out injured. Probably not going to play until the back end of the season, but it is his testimonial year. Plenty of events going on for that. They've got a massive dinner at Lord's. I love that. The testimonial years, they always have dinners at Lord's. I think they've got Atherton. I want to say there's 3 ex-England captains speaking at his testimonial dinner, which is testament to the regard in which Joe Leach is held, but Frank's organising that. Every ball's an effort ball, as you said earlier, Ben.
Yeah, and they'll need some effort here. Will Durham 50 now to win? We go back to the points that we were making to start off the day when Worcestershire came into bat with Roderick and Libby. If we can bat in those 50 chunks, well, now they're in that final chunk. Last hurdle to be able to get over. Can Durham mount some kind of offensive, some counter punch?
Oh, that's a beauty. Play and a miss. Ben Code at Chesterfield is 6 for 19. End of the over. There's some good outground cricket going on. 181 for free here. 50 to win still. Chesterfield, Southport, Cheltenham Festival. They're up at Scarborough last week. Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. Love some outground cricket.
I need to get to some outground myself.
South North, there's a Metrobank one-day game, isn't it? Durham are playing at an outground. Where are you? Down North Yorkshire way, so there's probably a few grounds around there. York?
Yeah, not. I mean, obviously, if could potentially make the journey out to Scarborough if the weather's accommodating as well. As rain will continue from the Finkel end. Chipped up to Hogg. No run. Defended in front by Cashifali. Yeah, I think York would probably be the closest in terms of outgrounds. And again, rain is going to have a little question mark with the umpire. You can see he's certainly not overly happy about it there. The umpire's going to have a little bit more of a considerate look at the claim this time. But pretty quickly goes through the ring. See, there's just explaining to Alex Lee's conversation that's being had there, the thought process behind this ball being allowed to carry on. Take any little bit of help that they can get, Durham, to try and stop Worcestershire from chasing this final 50 down. Opens up the face, but straight to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Just 3 balls remaining in this over. We've got, what is it, 33 minutes left till tea,
Yes,
if we'll even get there.
4 o'clock.
So that one angled in, but Ali was aware, tucked that one off his pads into the leg side.
Well, I'm sure William Dobson will let us know. I'm not sure how close we have to be in runs-wise for them to delay tea, if indeed they can at all. They probably can. There's various different rules and regulations that I can never keep on top of, but luckily we've got William Dobson who knows all of that. Wonderful human being.
Yeah, I imagine that if there is going to be any time to allow the extra opportunity for this game to be concluded before the delayed tea, it might be now, as Hose defends on the front foot. Just 49 runs required. The required run rate, 0.3.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about that, Fitzy. I also don't think Worcestershire will be bothered if they finish this before or after tea.
No.
They're not going to change approach around tea.
No, they will be quite calm and quite apt to continue to bat in their bubbles. As Rain got a little bit of nip back, aiming towards the top of off stump, but sees the ball defended. Just the 1 run off the over, so a tidy over by anyone's standards, but in the context of the game, 182 for 3. 49 for Worcestershire to come away from Chesterfield Street with a victory.
They're the favourites. Worcestershire are the favourites right now. But a couple of quick wickets changes it. Makes it tense again. A little bit of that tension that we had before lunch has gone out of the game. Worcestershire have done that. Kashi Fowley has done that. I think he is going to get himself... No, it's brilliant work from Basdeleda, who's a brilliant athlete. Just a couple. I thought that was 4. There was a fielder down at third. Basdeleda at deep backward point. Basdeleda smiling at Alex Lees and say, why weren't you chasing at that one, Leesy? That was a bit closer to you. Yeah. I think Lees would be prepared to admit that Deleda is more an athlete. Well, Lees is a different type of athlete. He's a second row forward. And Deleda was always getting to that one more quickly.
Yeah, jumped off the bat of Kashi Fowley, as it has done for most of the day, most of his innings.
He's got 57, takes him past his first innings score. Player of the match candidate. Driven. Again, not quite timed. Ben Stokes. No, it's Ben Rain, sorry. Ben Rain doing his best Ben Stokes impression in the field. You won't mind that. Diving at mid-off, keeps it to a single. 46 to win now.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation now as well here, because even from a Durham perspective, if you want to try and go on the aggressive, which batsman do you target? Which one do you go after?
Short ball. Doesn't get anything much on it, but they do come back for a couple. Just to see if it's leg buys or a little bit of inside edge onto pad. I think it's inside edge onto pad. So 2 more for Hose. Moves on to 44. He's batting nicely here, Adam Hose. A little bit circumspect early doors, and it was almost he unfurled a cover drive off Ben Stokes just before lunch that I think just brought him a little bit of confidence. Looked decent since then. .44 to win now.
Again, getting that every ball continuing to be applauded by Borthwick. Potts continuing to try and charge in and be that spark plug, be the thing that inspires what would be some Durham fight back if they were to combine a couple of wickets together.
Be an incredible win from here. Potts still putting everything into every single ball here. One more left in his over. Bowled 11.5 now, 0-41. Probably bowled a little bit better than his figures suggest, actually.
Yeah, that the numbers don't necessarily shine him in glory there, but when you look down at his figures in terms of what each over has gone for, he's not gone for more than 7, and even then that was just the 1 over, and 1 over for 6, 3 overs for 5. Been hovering around that 5, 4, 3 kind of region for the amount of runs that he's gone for an over.
Oh, and he's just played that really late. I think that's pretty deliberate from Adam Hose. He was looking to sway out the way of it, and I think he's just run that off the face of his bat. It's raced away for 4 runs, really fine, and I think it's brought Adam Hose 50, 86 deliveries it's taken him. Made 64 against Surrey in the second innings last week, so he's in good nick. Adam Hose, 9th boundary of his over, and less than 40 now required. Well, exactly 40 in fact required for Worcestershire to win this game. They've got 7 wickets in hand. This partnership between Hose and Kashif Ali has been quite magnificent on a pitch and in bowling conditions where wickets have tumbled regularly. This is only, we've not even reached tea on day 3, and we lost half of day 2. And we've already had 33 wickets. This partnership is comfortably the highest of the game. It's twice the previous highest of the game. 126 it's worth now. And I think it's going to prove a match-winning partnership.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more unorthodox shots and ways. I think that you'd bring up a county championship 50 there with that shot from Adam Hose, but brilliantly batted from both him and Kashif Ali. As it looks like the umpires are convening here. There's some notes being taken, so we might be getting the ball change here, or the extra time. They're having a look at the ball once again.
Floodlights are off, by the way. So they've snuck off. Nope. Teasing Ben Rain.
Yeah, my initial thought was they were coming together to decide on whether to allow the extra time. We've got 25 minutes left till advertised tea. As Rain bowls to Kashif Ali. No run there. Worcestershire have just 40 runs now left to accumulate. It's gotten warm enough out there and back to a temperature where Stokes has the short sleeves out again.
Must have been cold this morning. Alex Lees goes in at catching mid-on.
Tucked off the hip. And the oohs and ahs once again from Lees at that catching mid-off position. Borthwick slip. And Rain as well, the bowler, as it's managed to be guided away for just the 1 run.
It kept a bit low. It was tucked off somewhere a little bit lower than the hip, I reckon, that one. Surprised slightly there's not been that short mid-on for Kashif Ali a bit more, with that backlift that sort of points to 3rd slip. That makes his V mid-on.
Half a shout from Borthwick. That was firmly bat first as it went down the leg side. Took pretty much all the sting out of the pace of the ball as well. It was pretty easy for Robinson to gather.
I mean, look at Kashif Ali, who's now got 114 runs in the game. Not a single boundary down the ground. Barely a run at all straight. 4 through the covers in the first innings and a single down the ground.
Short. No ball. Too short, according to the umpire. Been a couple of instances of that as well, as the shorter ones just being a little too high from the Durham bowling crew.
I like the use of crew there. Nottinghamshire call themselves a cartel. A bit more intimidating that.
Oh, gone. Rain finds an outside edge, and the partnership is broken. It's Hose that has to walk, feathered behind to Robinson. Finally, Ben Rain gets a breakthrough. Finally, Durham get this partnership broken. But the question's going to be, is it too little, too late?
Well, my friend, it's going to be fascinating to find out, isn't it? Adam Hose well batted, played beautifully, put his side in a winning position. 139, that partnership between him and Kashi Valley. They were in trouble when they came out together. They didn't come out together, they came out one after the other. You know what I mean. Ben Stokes was firing, picked up a couple of wickets. Really intense spell just before lunch, and they batted beautifully after lunch for almost the entirety of this session. But Ben Rain, as he's done so many times for Durham, just picks up a little wicket, gives them a little bit of hope.
What it does also do is bring out Ethan Brooks to the crease as number 6.
Yeah, and you're into the all-rounders now. It's not the, I wouldn't say it's a long tail, but it's not the deepest batting order, this. I mean, we were talking about Durham having every player has got a first-class 100. Durham will still feel they've got a shout here.
Yeah, they're going to need to chain a couple of these wickets together, though. Obviously, the big wicket and the big partnership between Adam Hose and Kashi Valley has finally come to a close. But now they need to combine those together as the ball is thrown to Rain by the umpire. Rain will perhaps be a little more encouraged now that they've finally got one breakthrough.
Could it change it?
It's just put the pep slightly back into the slips cordon. Brooks gets off the mark. Pushes one in front.
Tight session now. What Durham needs is a tight 20 minutes. They don't concede many runs and pick up another wicket, maybe 2, just before tea. Get back in there in that dressing room, regroup.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'll always want more wickets if you can be afforded them and if you can get them. This man that's on strike, Kashi Valley, needs to be priority number 1 now if he wasn't already. Good leave. Good leave from Kashi Valley, as that is the end of the over. 4 runs from it, but importantly, the 4th wicket has fallen. Adam Hose caught behind for 50 by Ollie Robinson. He's 195 for 4. 36 runs required for Worcestershire.
The key for Kashi Valley now is to just get his head back on and go, right, that partnership was brilliant. I've still got part of my work to do here. And that just means batting till tea at this point. You don't have to go completely into your shell, but don't give Durham that sniff. They've got a little spark, right? Don't keep trying to ignite it. Don't rub their flint together for them. Just dampen it. Send them back into tea. Or even if it's just 25 runs needed, but without having lost another wicket. Make Durham sit there and think, oh, well, this game maybe has slipped away.
Yeah, we've got a spark. We don't need an inferno. At least not right now.
We're a long way from an inferno. Matty Potts, though, is charging in. Beats the outside edge of Ethan Brooks. Bit of encouragement here for Matthew Potts.
Yeah, all of a sudden, again, immediately, just like it was in the little session that we had before lunch, the energy's come back slightly to the Durham field. The slips cord and 2 that are there in Lees and Ackerman. Borthwick and Ackerman, I should say. Got a little bit more energy.
Every ball's an effort. He's played very little first-class cricket, Ethan Brooks. Injuries, yes, but 1 game in 2019, one game in 2020, and then his debut for Worcestershire last week against Surrey. So best of 15 unbeaten. So this is a real test for him. Real test. He's 23 now. Played a bit more white ball cricket, a fair bit of Royal London or Metro Bank Cup cricket. A couple of 50s in that. Doesn't need 50 now, just needs 10, 15 not out.
Was out for 8 in the first innings. Was pinned LBW by the man that took the important wicket at the opposite end, Ben Rain.
Where's the Fitzviz now? If we were doing your version of WinViz, who's your favourite? Where are you percentage-wise?
Oh, gee, I think it's still handily 70-30 in Worcestershire's favour.
Draws on 0, is it?
Yeah.
Fair.
I mean, if Matty Potts can keep bowling the way that he is, just making Ethan Brooks feel a little bit uncomfortable, just having sort of dancing around the crease a little bit to Potts' puppeteering. He'll be
I like that.
very, very happy. Might be able to find one and feather one. Just bring the Fitzviz slightly back into Durham favour.
2 slips. Catch him mid-wicket. Solid from Ethan Brooks. Good though from Potts this. Sends deep square leg out. In part because the short ball might be coming, but in part because they maybe want to give him one. Ben Stokes doesn't look to be a fan of that decision on cover. Maybe suggesting on the field around the back. He's dropped himself for cover, so they're giving a single. They're happy to bowl at Ethan Brooks. Deep backward point. What's Potts got? Nice drive. Push to mid-off, but they won't take a single. So Kashif Ali is on strike. Worcestershire 195 for 4 here at the Seat Unique Riverside. It's a maiden from Matthew Potts. 13 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 45 for him. Worcestershire still in the driving seat if you're just joining us. Sam Dalling alongside Ben Fitzpatrick. We are with you for the rest of the day. Not sure quite how long that is going to last. Tea is scheduled at 4 o'clock. I know usually fixed times are only on day 4, but because we're making up a few overs that we lost yesterday, today we got some fixed times. So 15 minutes until tea. I'm not sure if that might change. Should wickets be taken quickly or runs be scored quickly?
I think the onus will probably be more on runs, as there is one from Kashif Ali. Very casual to pick the ball up and field was Potts there, because you're right, they want to target Ethan Brooks. They want to get him on strike early on in these overs. Bowl as much as he possibly can at them. Very aggressive field. A lot of white shirts for Durham inside the ring. 2 slips as well. Brooks goes forward and defends. Prior to this encounter, this county championship season, only 28 runs to Ethan Brooks' name, averaging just a tick over 9. A strike rate of 37.33. Has hit 3 fours in that total.
He had also only played 1 game, in fairness to him.
Brooks tries to guide it to the leg side, but can only find Delata. The helmet's being brought out here. It's for Ollie Robinson, so it looks like keepers can come up to the stumps here. And that might just be preemptive to try and halt any thoughts of Ethan Brooks advancing forward and out of the crease, trying to take out that LB.
It's interesting to see him come up. Robinson, I read something interesting about him. He said for the first time, the power of social media, first time ever, he used Instagram to reach out to another pro keeper. He saw Ben Cox keeping and went, oh, yeah, he's pretty good. I think it was up here, actually. Or it might have been a T20 game. So he reached out to him on Instagram and said, look, I feel like I'm taking the ball too quickly, snatching at it a little bit, standing up, both in white ball and red ball cricket. And they had a little bit of a conversation, which I thought was quite a nice little detail to see pros leaning into each other, helping each other out.
Big cry of no from Brooks as it's pushed out down to Hogg.
The humility of Robinson to go, okay, how can I keep improving my game? He's worked really hard, Ollie Robinson, on his keeping. With Ryan Campbell, a former keeper himself. I think they had a few slight differences in opinion because of the Aussie and the English keeping styles when they first started, but it's always good to be challenged about those kind of things. Cole Pearce as well here at the academy, I think, has done a lot of work with Ollie Robinson.
Oh, that just beats the bat straight into the gloves of Robinson. That was the final ball of the over, just the one from it. 196 for 4. Creeping ever closer towards that slender total now. 35 required from the Worcestershire batters.
One of whom is Kashi Valley. Top scorer in the game and quite comfortably. 115 runs, which have largely been easy on the eye from him. 60 in this innings, 55 in the first. Ran out of partners in the first innings. He won't want to run out of partners here. 35. First victory of the summer in red ball cricket. It's not been many in white ball cricket either. We're just looking to guide that one, I think. Half an appeal from Potts. Ali didn't really commit to the shot either way. Just one slip now next to Ollie Robinson. Colin Ackerman is down at third in front of us. Happy to give Kashi Valley one here. Alex Lees is at a short mid-wicket catching for that bat that comes down from second slip for Kashi Valley.
It's a really interesting point you make there about running out of partners, because it was something that definitely happened in that first innings. So just let Potts bowl here.
Turns it into the leg side for none.
Yeah, I was just having a little flick back in my scorebook to see exactly what happened and refresh my memory about what happened from those tail enders. 5 through 11 combined for 11 runs.
Yeah, I thought Worcestershire were going along okay and they collapsed. Durham bowled really well, came back into it. And Ali was out himself, but he was the last man out, I think.
He was.
Short ball turned around the corner. He wasn't in complete control of that, as Potts will no doubt let him know. Just a single down to Daniel Hogg. 34 to win now.
So
Right as it's been all day, sorry, Fitzy.
No, of course, it would be quite interesting just to see if that will play true here again in this second innings. If Durham can just eat away at this tail and continue eating away at the sort of lower middle order and tail. They've already done it once in this county championship match. Can they do it again with the pressure cooker on?
That one just pops up. Potts turns away in angst. He was trying to turn it into the leg side, the leading edge. It could have gone anywhere. It could have gone straight into Alex Lees' hand. So it just lollops into the nearby strip. Full safe. Encouragement for Durham, though. This is good from Potts.
It is good from Potts, and it's been good from Potts from pretty much the entire game. We said a couple of overs ago that the figures don't necessarily cover him in glory, not for 46 of his 13.4 currently. But just as he's done there, he's bowled tightly, he's bowled well. And only a couple of exceptions.
Field spreads a tad. I want to bowl at Ethan Brooks. Last ball of the over. Been out there 14 balls now, Brooks. Just the one run. Still just the one run. End of the over. 197 for 4. 44. 34 needed to win.
So 8 minutes away from advertised and scheduled tea. Rain will continue from this Finkel end as we begin the 52nd over of this run chase. Only 34 required, with Kashif Ali on 61 unbeaten. Ethan Brooks at the other end of the non-strikers on 1 of 15. As Lees comes back in, and that catching mid-on. Short, guided round to fine leg. Down to Siddle, who'll do the fielding. And Durham, despite conceding the 1 run, won't mind that too much as it brings Ethan Brooks back on strike.
I feel that we might be gearing up for one last effort from Stokes and Siddle after tea. Could be Siddle's last game in England. Been brilliant, over 200 wickets for English counties in red ball cricket.
Oh, that looked outside edgish. And it's racing down. Clark will chase and will get there as well. Looking for the 3 there, maybe more in hope for Ethan Brooks at Kashif Ali. Didn't want to be targeted too much more, but they will stay for the 2. And speaking of 2, 200 up for Worcestershire in 51.2 overs. 230 minutes it's taken them to get there, but it's resolutely through the day. Oh, as Rain just guides the ball past that outside edge. Brooks held his defensive shape for a moment. And then we'll have a look down the pitch to see where exactly that has landed. Ouch, there is that outside edge, but there's no third slip there. Clark and Ackerman will both chase down, and they'll run 3 as well. Good hard running there from Brooks and Ali. That's exactly what Ben Rain would have wanted. Fishing for that outside edge, gets it, but into that vacant third region. And good hard running between the wickets from Ali and Brooks. 2 balls left to come. 28 required. Ali defends. As see Ackerman there has brought himself round more towards sort of 4th slip gully region. Still Lees is in very, very short catching as well, just on the leg side. Last ball of this rain over. Should get at least 1 more before tea. It's defended by Kashif Ali. End of the over. 6 runs from it. 203 for 4. And just 28 required.
Yeah, and it's up to the umpires if they want to take tea. And I think what they are doing right now is having a conversation about what they're going to do at 4 o'clock. I don't know if they'll take into account the weather forecast. I think they're just asking the Worcestershire batters what they would like to do, or if not, informing them. I don't know if Durham would be wanting the rest, wanting to give Stokes and Siddle a bit more feet up time. It's at umpire's discretion. Thanks for William Dobson for letting us know.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's two dueling arguments here. I'd imagine that Durham wouldn't mind the extra rest time, like you say, for Stokes and Siddle.
Potts. To Brooks, he just turns it to the leg side for no run.
I'd imagine that Worcestershire would probably want to stay out there while the momentum's still under their feet. Get this game won. See Siddle's just getting a little bit of, through a little loosening there, windmilling the arms around it. Mid-on.
Effort ball, gets in behind it.
Umpire, see they're having a little conversation with Kashi Fally. I wonder what they're having a discussion about.
Brooks solid in defence. Just what Worcestershire needed at this point. Been a brilliant game, this. Absolute brilliant game. Whichever way it goes, and it's looking like it's going to be a victory for the Pears, but we've seen some wonderful cricket. Game largely dominated by bowling, but yet in the end, could be the batting that decides it. They take off for a quick single. It's good running by Brooks. Not sure if Ali was on board immediately, but I think it was a good run to the take to cover, drop and run. Down to 27 needed to win. 1 minute until scheduled tea. I'm not going to keep asking the question as to whether we will take tea, because we will find out at the end of this over. 2 balls left. Field spreads. Scott Borthwick now changes his mind. Just haven't got the runs to play with. Remember, the highest score in this game was 190. For a team, I mean, not a player, before the 4th innings. 2-3-1 was the victory target. Good pace still from Potts, good effort. I think umpire Shanmugam, just a little T sign at O'Shaughnessy. I don't know. Might have been saying something completely different.
T for time, maybe. Now we're really into the minutiae of what the arm signal might mean.
Pulled. And it's going to get away from Daniel Hogg. Kashi Fally so strong on the back foot. He just pivots and turns it around the corner. 23 for victory. Ali moves on to 66, and they are going to take tea. Yeah, as I thought. The tea sign was pretty simple. Tea for tea. So we will resume in about 20 minutes' time. Worcestershire needing 23 runs to win. With Kashi Fally unbeaten on 66, and with Durham needing something quite special after a session, Ben, that's belonged firmly to Worcestershire.
Yeah, this afternoon session firmly into Worcestershire's hand. Kashi Fally, got to give credit to Adam Hose as well. Well batted for his 50 to help guide Worcestershire to the point that they are now. Durham will need a miracle primarily from their veteran international stars of Ben Stokes and Peter Siddle. You have to imagine that Siddle will have to turn back the clock to Ashes series past if Durham are going to get any joy from this game, with 23 runs left to spare.
Well, we will be back on the live stream in about 20 minutes. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea, Vic. Domain is going to go out there and sweep the pitch, and we will bring you the conclusion of what's been a wonderful cricket match.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after a short tea break to Seat Unique Riverside in Chester Street for the final session, what will be, in one way or another, the final session of the game between Durham and Worcestershire. The visitors resume on 208 for 4. Kashif Ali 66 unbeaten, with Ethan Brooks on 7. See Peter Siddle restart up here at the Finkel end. Before tea, a very good afternoon to you as well, Sam.
Hello. So you're very kind to call it a prophecy. But yeah, good to see. Could be his last bowl on English soil. Probably will be his last bowl on English soil in professional cricket, Peter Siddle.
Well, can he wind back the clock and produce some of that classic Siddle Ashes magic? It's 2 slips. It's not a bad delivery straight off after tea.
I think Ben Stokes is just loosening up. I did wonder if we might see these two just have a quick go.
Well, you've got to, don't you? Get your most experienced international bowlers on straight after tea, throw the proverbial kitchen sink and the hoover at it. Just hope that you'll be able to chain at least a wicket or two together, get something to stick, and put a little bit of doubt back into Worcestershire's mind. Siddle bowling in his usual tidy self. 1 for 32 of his 10.2 overs so far. That includes 3 maidens. And only 2 overs that have gone for more than 5 runs. And that was his first and his 8th over of work in each of his spells respectively. Then hasn't gone over 5. Oh, big shout. That looks very, very close. Brooks scampers through. And it looks like it's going to be given as runs. So the umpire has said that Ethan Brooks has got some sort of fraction of bat on that. Ben Stokes has his hands on top of his head. That looked like the best shout for LBW that we've had.
He must have got bat on it otherwise.
That's certainly what the umpire was saying. He's managed to jam the bat somehow in between him, in front of his pad.
I mean, maybe it was bat second. Maybe he's just deciding it's sliding down.
Siddle responds full and straight once again to Kashif Ali. That would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it? If Peter Siddle had been able to pin Ethan Brooks for the 2nd time this match. Leg before. Get some more of the all-rounders and into the bowlers to the crease. But not to be. Encouragement, though, for the Australian. Shapes into the bat of Kashif Ali. No run there. Stokes was going through a bit more of an intense sort of warm-up and loosening a couple of balls before, so undoubtedly we will see him from the Lumley end. Last ball of Siddle's over. It's shaping in again, trying to home in towards middle and leg. But Ali gets the bat in front, just the 1 run from it of the over after tea. 209 for 4.
Well, if what we think is going to happen does happen, well, we thought Ben Stokes might have a bowl. He is going to have a bowl. If Worcestershire win this game, it will be Durham's first defeat in red ball cricket on this ground for 801 days. It's been a serious record. It's been a fortress to be their first defeat here under Ryan Campbell. Unbeaten last year as they cantered to the Division 2 title. And they've been on top in massive portions of this game. They'd have felt like they've had their noses ahead. They just lost wickets at key times, actually. That one, Ben Stokes one. just before the close last night. Ollie Robinson went just before lunchtime a couple of days ago, got an absolute beauty. Is there still another twist? Is there another twist? Ben Stokes, 3 slips. Young Ethan Brooks on strike. Sun's out. As has been the case the first couple of days, about 4 or 5 o'clock, that's when we get the best of the day. We should have started all these games at 3:30 all these days, played through till 10 o'clock, because that's when we've had the best of the weather.
Day and night games in the Championship. Sign me on that petition.
They're in this position, Worcestershire, because of a wonderful partnership that ended just before tea. Adam Hose isn't there anymore. He made 50. Kashi Valley at the other end. Those two have put Worcestershire within touching distance of what will be deserved first Red Bull win in the summer as well. Their partnership was worth 129 runs. Before that, the best partnership in the game was 59 between Stokes and Clark in the first innings. It's been a bowler's couple of days. We lost a fair chunk of the game to rain yesterday. But the Worcestershire batters look like coming out on top today. Good leave, judged it on line just about. Need one before they get another run or two here, just to even have any nerves. I don't think Kashi Valley will be feeling nervous. I think he'll be delighted. He got those 200 in the game against Warwickshire. What a way to start the season. But that was a drawn game. Yes, it was a local derby, but it was a draw. These 250s, they're worth hundreds on this pitch in these conditions.
Against this bowling attack as well, because this is a formidable bowling attack. You talk about Durham and you think they've got some explosive bats, David Beddingham being one of them, Ollie Robinson with his wicketkeeper batsman skills, Stokes as well with the bat potentially. But then you go down the order, you go onto the flip side and you think, oh, Ben Rain, Matty Potts, Ben Stokes, Peter Siddle, Callum Parkinson, even if he's in the spin attack. It is not easy.
Stokes will keep going. I was having a chat to someone during the interval and they said, at what point do you let go? Do you just decide it's not going to happen? I said, I don't think Ben Stokes lets go until Worcestershire score those winning runs. Till that point, there is still a chance. A strong chance. I suspect Viz is not favourable for Durham right now. Deep square leg goes out, as does deep point, trying to keep Brooks on strike. They might give him a short one as well to test him. They don't want to be bowling at Kashi Valley at the moment. 3 slips wait. Borthwick, Ackerman, Lees. Brooks keeps that one out. It's a maiden over from Ben Stokes, but the most important thing for Ethan Brooks is he is still there alongside Kashi Valley. 22 required to win.
Yeah, it feels strange that we're in that point of the game now that maiden overs are slightly immaterial. It's wickets that Durham need. Wicket maidens, double wicket maidens is the ideal dreamland scenario. But to make that happen, they need one to fall at the very least. Kashi Valley has pretty much for the entire day stood resolute and with his batting and with his start saying, I'm not going anywhere. As it'll be Siddle to continue. Again, trying to angle in towards Ali's pads. Defended to Lees. Was in that sort of short mid-wicket kind of fielding area. Drives and times it well. Call is for 2 from Ali, and they'll get that comfortably as well. Two more on the board, 2 more off the total. Now just 20 runs to find, and that continues and carries on to your point, the last over and in the break there, Sam, is that at what point do we, do Durham consider this to be a foregone conclusion? Dabbed past the slips cordon. Won't get the full complement, but again, Cashifali will go for 2. Robinson has the stump out of the ground quickly, but Ali is back in plenty of time. Moving to 70 not out now, Cashifali, of 107 deliveries. Opens the face and guides it into the offside, just square. We'll be happy with the 1. And we'll just shorten and minimise the amount of balls that Ethan Brooks does have to face in case the worst does happen for Worcestershire and wickets start free falling. Peter Siddle with 2 balls left of this over will want to leave his mark on what might be his last game on English soil. Oh, just eludes the outside edge. That is vintage Peter Siddle from that delivery there. Whizzes past Brooks. Just managed to pull the bat away in time. Wipe of the forehead with the... Is it wrong to call it the trademark sweatband on the left arm, on the left wrist?
I think that's fine.
The compression sleeve on the right arm. Final ball this over. Gathered in. And that is the end of it. 5 runs off the over. 214 for 4.
Feels like a bit of a final countdown, doesn't it, in the sunshine?
It does.
It's sunshine, but Durham's players will not be smiling. When they had them 3 down for 65, you're thinking, okay, this could be Durham's game. They could fire. Worcestershire's batting lineup has been brittle at times this year. You know, Ethan Brooks, with respect to him, he's a fine young player, but first class best of 15. He's not played many games. So there was a lot riding on, actually, on Hose and Ali to take them most of the way there, and they did. That 139 run partnership. Ali's on strike on 71 at a decent strike rate. Alex Lees is sprinting from short mid wicket to third. He's sprinting. He's given up about 15 yards short though and broken into a jog. Fair play to him.
Had Olympics fever there. It was quick out the blocks. Oh,
it's a good bit of placement because Alex Lees will have to get his breath back and save a boundary. Ali Robinson just takes that above his head. Ali just gets the 1, moves on to 72. Yeah, he was quick out of the blocks, but he wasn't even in the frame for the end, Alex Lees. But good to see he's still got a smile on his face. Sometimes you just have to look at it and go, actually, you've got 2 batters on a difficult pitch that have batted really, really well.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect storm of that and also the pitch itself not doing too much for Durham in their bowling innings when it did in the second batting innings. Moved all over the place yesterday. Of course, it was a very rain-affected day. But when you've had a day like this where sun sort of peeked through in bits and bobs, the pitch has remained pretty flat and unsurprising to the batters, bowling with the 1 ball throughout the entire day as well. Not getting it to shape as much as the new Duke's ball might.
Oh, inside edge, that could have gone anywhere. You can see Ben Stokes' frustration. The place it has gone is down to the boundary Toblerone. Stokes knew Ethan Brooks was out of control there. It could have crashed into the stumps. It could have given Durham just a glimmer. Instead, it takes Worcestershire to within a dozen.
Yeah, the reaction there from Ben Stokes, and that's a perfect example and a perfect showcase of some of the themes that we've been hinting at throughout this day. It's all been a perfect storm for Worcestershire in this second batting innings. On any other day, that's being dragged on, and that is Ethan Brooks walking back to the pavilion. And so are some of the other chances, but not today.
Back of a length. Turn to the offside. On a little bit of second 11 watch. They're playing at Hartlepool. First at 2 T20s. Durham made 180 for 7. Paul Coughlin 20. Young Mr. Khalid 79. Mitchell Colleen, pardon me. Ben Dorsh's playing 36. George Drizel captaining it with 6. Sebastian Hughes-Pinan is playing slow left armour. Young Spanish international. He's an interesting prospect. Will Gibbon was talking about him yesterday. Stuart Pointer as well. I think the Stuart Pointer. Ex-Durham first-team wicketkeeper. As Ethan Brooks gets in behind that one. So Derbyshire will be chasing. And if you've got a little bit of spare time, if you were going to come down here to the Seat Unique Riverside tomorrow, why not head across to Hartlepool Cricket Club? I think it's an 11:30 start. Second 11 T20 game. And I reckon, I'll try and ask Ryan Campbell after the game. I reckon a few of these lads, as their attention switches towards a home T20 on Friday night, I reckon a few of these lads may well play in that as well. Pushed out to the offside from Ethan Brooks for no run. So Stokes is 316, 2 for 62. Brooks has a dozen. He's done his job. Cashy Valley, my goodness, hasn't he done his job? What a wonderful couple of days it's been for this young man. He was hobbling around on end of day 1, end of day 2. He was in the wars. Threw himself.
In the wars again today as well.
Well, yeah. Got hit on the shoulder, didn't he? Going to have a few bruises. They're going to have a couple of days off now, I reckon, Worcestershire. They're staying at a hotel on a golf course ahead of Friday's T20. I think those rounds might be a little bit sweeter after this.
Siddle bowls to Cashy Valley, looking for the 2, but will settle for just 1. Brings them up to 220 now. 11 required.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. See, I know Durham were disappointed, but I got a huge smile on my face for Worcestershire. Love going down there, as I've said already. The adverse circumstances doesn't even come close to what they faced this year. Tragedy. Which is just way above anything cricket related, so I'm not bringing that into it. But the floods, separately, there's the floods, the injury crisis. You know, Tommy Taylor signed him in the winter. Only made his red ball debut last week because he collided with Ben Gibbon in a pre-season game. Both of them have been out for the whole season. Joe Leach out until a little bit later in the season. Yadi Singh, another brilliant story, another Saka graduate. They've got 2 Saka graduates, Worcestershire. Yadi Singh, stress fracture in his back. They were so short, he was still doing 12-man duty. Sorry.
Defended by Brooks for no ramp.
It just gives them a fighting chance of staying up. Kent are down the bottom. Warwickshire and Lancashire are down there. They'll be desperate for, Worcestershire will be desperate for Somerset to hang on in that game against Warwickshire. I suspect Warwickshire will declare at some point and try and bowl Somerset out. Lancashire in a good position. Jimmy Anderson has put them in a pretty good position, I'd say, at Southport. They won last week as well, Lancs, so they've started to get going.
Siddle tries to get going here. Again, continuing to find consistency, keep donning the map, but just 11 runs spare. Still 6 wickets in hand for Worcestershire. Ethan Brooks is navigating this challenge well as well to supplement Cashy Valley. Two balls remaining. Again, Siddle bowls well. Quick eye on a couple of those matchups that you mentioned there. Notts were forced to follow on after the being bowled out for 126. They're currently 44 for 1 in their second innings. And Warwickshire 132 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 260 against Somerset.
I've just noticed your notes, Fitzy. People can't see this. They're absolutely brilliant, the way he does it.
Shaping in there and tucked away into the leg side. Brooks wants 2. They'll hurry back. And the throw's offline, so they'll get 2.
I'm going to post a picture on X so people can see your setup. But
okay.
I have because it's the end of the over, 9 required. We've got I can see the colours. We've got batters, we've got all rounders, we've got keepers, we've got out and out bowlers.
Yes, good
Fair.
spot.
Yeah, right hand, left hand.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got Peter Siddle, right arm quick. All right, I'll accept that. Ben Rain, right arm quick. That's nice for Ben Rain. But then in the Fitzy scale, we've got Matthew Potts, right arm medium. Ben Stokes, right arm medium. So you categorise those 2 as right arm medium, and Ben Rain as right arm quick. I like that.
Okay, I will also give a slight savouring, or a saviour for that, and a little admission.
Stokes is in.
That the medium and quick, or that the medium particularly, is Cricinfo based.
Oh, I see.
Medium.
I love that Cricinfo have got Ben Rain. Well, you know, Ben Rain did force someone to retire from the game. Miguel Pretorius got hit in the helmet by Ben Rain. I love that from you. It's a brilliant setup that you brought up. I know for a fact you'd have been watching every ball of this game from home as well.
Absolutely.
Kashi Valley on strike, 9 to win. Make that 8, if not 7. Yeah, they're going to come back. And Kashi Valley has done this really well. I was slightly critical of him in the first innings. And in fairness, I probably, in hindsight, should have taken into account the fact he wasn't moving so freely. But he didn't. It was with the tail, and he didn't quite marshal it, and it was just a little bit of inexperience the way he was using the field. Since tee, he's done this brilliantly. He's found those 2s. He's hit the gaps. He's run hard. It's been exceptional. You also will have heard when I completely blanked on your name yesterday. I've been meaning to apologise. I just completely, you know, in those moments, it just completely went.
Yeah.
I was like, his name's gone. His name is completely gone. I'm sorry. I just went the Aussie. Apologies, Fitzy.
I'm sure that would have brought plenty of eye rolls as well to Sabada tuning in. The Aussie, not another one.
We've got a few up here, isn't it? You've got to be Australian or associated with the Netherlands or from the northeast to play for Durham. You'll be commentating on the Netherlands soon. That's the way it works.
Hey, I would certainly not mind that.
I bet Peter Siddle was asked when he came over if we got any Dutch ancestry. Could they get him in there? 7 to win. 224 for 4. Kashi Valley, 75. My man of the match. Nice shot that. Straight at Graham Clark, though.
Yeah, it's a very astute comment and declaration there. I think actually, Kashi Valley as man of the match for this contest. He's been absolutely outstanding. Was so important in that first Worcestershire innings to try and give themselves something to fight and build on in the second innings, something to defend. And now in this second innings,
swing and a miss. Bit of extra pace, bit of extra bounce.
As we say that, he feathers and tries to feel for one just out towards 4th stump, but
Stokes still chuntering away at him. Kashi Valley been out there 115 balls. I mean, you have to say, right, this 75 and 55, wasn't it, in the first innings Kashi Valley got?
Yes, 55 after being and was caught by Stokes.
It's 130 runs. I mean, I haven't done the numbers, but that's a decent percentage of the runs in this match. Outside edge goes to ground, though. That's, as you were saying, is just the way it's gone, isn't it? If it's your day as a bowling side, that outside edge just flies to the fielder at short third. End of the over. 224 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. As looks like we're going to see Siddle continue once again. this is another expensive over. This could be the last of the game. As Stokes saunters off just past to where Siddle is going to start his bowling run up. That's another thick edge, but towards square leg. There is cover there, just in front of the umpire. Sort of regulation mid-wicket. Rain has a little look up to the sky, maybe hoping that the namesake will arrive in some timely fashion, and
Have to be a lot of it.
it would. Again, Siddle holding line and length.
So assuming that Worcestershire get exactly 2-3-1, and I know they could get more than that if the score's a level, he hits a boundary. And if Kashi Valley weren't to score another run from here, he'll have made 19% of the runs in the game for both sides.
That is some doing from a man that, as you said, was looking a little worse for wear at the end of day one.
Injury-wise, by the way, he wasn't tired. Fair play to him. At 27 on his back. Batted 11 in his first ever game of red ball cricket. He was 15, 16, playing fourth. I think it was a friendly. Been playing tape ball cricket in Luton with his mates until that point. Never played. It's remarkable. All those years of trialling, of getting told no, and sometimes no answer at all. Basically, you get ghosted quite a lot.
Big call of weight there from Ethan Brooks as it's guided to Potts. No run. Yeah, I think that's testament to his character, testament to the kind of person, kind of player that he clearly is. Kashi Valley consistently wanting to knock on the door, and it's a great mantra for life in general, I think. As in comes Siddle. Again angling in, trying to find middle and leg.
Those of you Worcestershire fans watching, I'm going to plug something for a friend of mine, Frank Watson, who's running the Joe Leach testimonial year. Quiz night at the Lamb and Flag in Worcester, Tuesday the 16th of July. They're not allowed, the players weirdly, they're not allowed to plug their own testimonials normally at the clubs. I would come, but it's my honeymoon.
Seems a valid reason. Here's Siddle. Tidy again. Ends the over. Another maiden for Peter Siddle, so it won't be the last of the game. Hopefully not the last that we'll see of him this afternoon either. 224 for 4.
It's not just that, there's a bit more context. It's my honeymoon, and we're only away for 3 nights near Worcester, one of which is at New Road for a T20. So I can't really do 2 nights. I've got away with 1 night. As much as I'd love to be at the Lamb and Flag with Frank Watson and Joe Leach and a few other Worcestershire players. Stokes is going to continue, of course he is. 7 needed. Short ball. That's probably about... It's a very good short ball, actually. Kashi Valley has taken those on in the entire game. He's not been afraid to pull. He's played some lovely pull shots.
Yeah, I was reaching for that one a little bit. Wanted to see that one race away. Back behind him for 4 on the leg side. But like you said, brilliantly executed there from Ben Stokes.
Make that 6 to win, just opens the face. Two 2-5 for 4. Worcestershire fans. There's a fair few Worcestershire fans up here. Probably making a week of it. An extra day off. The extra day off will feel much better having secured a victory and it would have done had they lost this game. Should go without saying that, it is obvious, but I've said it now. He's got through the covers that from Ethan Brooks. That's his best first class score. Moves on to 18. Lovely shot off Ben Stokes. Takes Worcestershire to 229 for 4. Just 2 runs now for a victory to inflict the first defeat here at Seat Unique.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drive through the offside, textbook from Ethan Brooks. Perfect showcase for any batting cricketers at home as well. Got that forearm up nice and high, that lovely number 9 shape with the bat.
Keeps it out. Ben Stokes won't want the winning runs to be hit off one of his overs. He'll keep charging in. That's what's brilliant about Durham. They just keep going. They're a brilliant side. Worcestershire are a very good side too. They've kept fighting in this game. They've just kept their noses in it. Nathan Smith as well. He'd be a good candidate for man of the match, by the way. His 8 wickets. He's probably just behind Kashif Ali. He's a brilliant bowler, Nathan Smith. Love the look of him. Oh, Ethan Brooks. Thought for a second he might have got that past Graham Clark. He's going to have to wait. It's not going to be long now, though. Just before 10 to 5 here on day 3. I mean, brilliant to have you all joining us. Ash Thorpe and myself, Sam Belling, here for day 1 and 2. Ben Fitzpatrick has been alongside me today. We've had Victor Main, the head of the ground staff here, and Will Goodman on yesterday. He was brilliant. There's going to be one of them. Is it going to be both of them? Ethan Brooks is looking. Kashif Ali says no, nothing risky here. Scores are level. A few spectators stand up and start to leave. There's a gaggle of Worcestershire fans in their 3 pairs hats. I can see them peering out. I'm peering out down in front of us. They're freezing. Their knees knocking together. Coats are on, but huge smiles on their faces.
Well, there was a little debate there, and it's Gadu Peter Siddle that will continue. Colin Ackerman, however, was over at the umpire and had the jumper off and the cap ready to give us the 1 over of spin. But it is Siddle that is going to continue from the Finkel end.
Just see how frustrated Ben Stokes is, how much this means to him. Yeah, we had an over of spin at all. We haven't, have we?
No.
Poor Amal Verdi. Great to see him back playing cricket, though.
Again, they're touching on the frustration of Ben Stokes. He's haunched over at the moment, but an adjustment of his cap just thundered his right fist into his left open palm as well. Always the fierce competitor. He's the England Test captain. Here's Siddle. Fuller, down, but through the gap that was left on the Stokes dive, and that will do it. Worcestershire, an inspired fight back on what was, you'd have to say, to start things off, a very, very unenviable attack in this second innings. But Kashif Ali, alongside Adam Hose, Ethan Brooks as well, batted tremendously throughout the day and have taken this victory.
Oh, those Pairs fans, they were all straight up. They've got huge smiles on their faces, and rightly so. And they've deserved it. If in the 4th innings, in bowling-friendly conditions, and they are still bowling-friendly conditions, right? The sun's come out a little bit. We're talking about the pitch flattening out. Like, that's all relative. It's still been a bit up and down. They've made comfortably the biggest score in the match to chase. And an attack where you've got 3 test bowlers and Ben Rain coming at you. It's been wonderful. Kashif Ali, absolutely superb. What a story. And they deserve this, Worcestershire. I'm sad for Durham. First defeat here in Red Bull cricket since April 2022. But brilliant for Worcestershire.
Yeah, and again, just showcases the quality that is in this county championship. Worcestershire, having come into this game without a win in this competition, have come to the fortress that Durham have created here at Sea Unique Riverside and taken the game on despite all the rain delays, despite all the injuries and adversity. Worcestershire have proven themselves vital and worthy of their Division 1 status.
Yeah, they have. They keep fighting. They will keep fighting against the odds. Worcestershire. It's been, look, a thrilling 3 days of cricket, even despite all the rain. We've seen everything. We've seen a game dominated by bowlers, but in the end, a couple of batting performances. Adam Hose, Kashi Fali have come out on top. But it's a great advert for county cricket. It's been thoroughly enjoyable to have you all here. Thank you to all the Durham fans, to all the Worcestershire fans, to all the neutrals, to the crew, the people that have been stood outside in the rain, in the wind, holding the cameras. We've just sat in here and chatted away, basically. Kashi Valley probably man of the match, right?
Yes. Yeah, for me.
Yeah, closely followed by Nathan Smith. But Durham, it's just one of the, there's so many positives to take. It's just this last innings didn't quite get there. 65 for 3, remember, Worcestershire chasing 2, 3, 1. They've made it 4 down. It's comfortable victory in the end, you have to say that. And they will have to readjust now, Durham, to T20, where they play Worcestershire here on Friday. So the Worcestershire lads will stay around. Their supporters will enjoy themselves. And on Friday night, you'll be back in the company of Steve Harmison. I think Rob Rush is back for a little bit, plus a couple of former pros. So we'll sign off there. Thanks very much, Ben, for your company.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you to all you for listening. And we will be back, well, not for a long time in Championship cricket, but that's another debate for another day.